Hello, boys. It's been a hot minute, or a cold second. I don't know. It's been a while. I missed well, two of you. So, as I've said multiple times now.
I'd say we missed you, but you're kind of like
Obnoxious.
a weak link.
Yeah.
We just streamed last week, but let's be very clear. No way. Scott let everyone down.
Yeah. Oh, I slept. I crashed hard. I came back to work, and there was just so much stuff from me being gone, coupled with people being out. Because everybody was gone except for two.
Here comes the pandemic excuse.
Yeah, no. This isn't my excuse. I needed sleep. But when I was on vacation, two people were out for COVID. So two people kind of like held down fort. And so when I came back, it was one of those like, I think we could have just two of us hold down the fort while you guys go rest for a bit. So I ended up being exhausted, but we're here, and every time I say we're here, there's always an immediate other line that comes into mind. And we're not going anywhere. How about that?
It's a good rhyme.
Yeah, it is.
I literally though, as you said, we're here. I was not here. Like, I was actually off camera. Like, I was gone.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense.
So you've already lied to the crowd. Good job.
I mean,
well done.
But you were here in spirit, right? Here in spirit. Oy vey. What's up, Norway? I do want to say before we jump into it, because I think
Is Scott quiet? Is this me?
No, so this is an issue I'm having right now, and I haven't been able to resolve it yet. I had to get a new. Oh, hold on. Speaking of the devil, hold on 1 second. Hi, sweetheart.
I'm just used to Scott being like obnoxiously loud. You know what I mean?
Okay, give me a big hug. Give me 1 second. You can say hi to the boys real quick. Here we go. Rawr. Want to say hi, boys? Hey, Rory, if you were to have a lightsaber, what color would it be? She's pondering hard.
Yeah, I can see that. It's an important question.
Blue?
Blue,
Yeah?
interesting.
Yeah? You'd be a Jedi Knight? A Guardian? Yeah? Alright, cool. What the kid is? You mean, what's his name? Ezra? Ezra. Yeah, what the kid is, yeah? That's cool. Yeah, Ezra. Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't...
Takes after you.
Yeah, thanks. You wouldn't want yellow?
That's what I'd go for. I'd go for yellow lightsaber.
I love yellow. Go hunt down some Sith. Oh, yeah.
See, I kind of like the white lightsaber.
Well, that's a unique one because it's only happened
I
once.
know.
He's saying right now that he would like to have a white lightsaber like Ahsoka.
We know how those are made.
His lightsaber, he would have red. His name's Neil. His name is Darth Neil.
Excuse me?
Yeah,
I said I'd have yellow.
He's definitely.
If I was gonna have a Sith lightsaber, I'd have an orange one.
He would fall to the dark side,
and it would go orange.
He'd be like fighting the Sith, and then be like, "Actually, I kind of like you." Jake would have green.
No, I mean, which one do they want?
Jake would have
yellow
because he's a counselor. Yeah, Jake would bring wisdom.
Jake would have green.
Well, he hasn't spoken. I know. She's like, "Why are you speaking for him?"
I did pick green before you suggested it.
Oh, he did want green. Okay.
Right on the money.
Yeah.
Yellow?
Yeah, he would start with yellow, but he would turn red because he's a bad guy. Yeah.
If not white, then I want green.
So Tesh would start with a green lightsaber, and then after he loses it because he forgets things, he would have to convert a red lightsaber into a white one later on.
You know what? You're right. Yeah. Accurate.
Oh, awesome. All right, sweetheart. I know you have to get off to school, so give me a big hug. Okay? You don't want to be late. Give me a big hug. Big hug. Give Daddy a hug. Give Daddy a hug. What? You're surrounded by a bunch of green people? What do you expect? Give me a big hug.
Oh.
Ow.
All right, get out of here. Go close the gate. So I have to deal with the stinky cat. You left it open. Hey, don't you evil laugh at me.
Absolutely outplayed.
Ugh.
That kid has your number, Scott.
So, what I was just about to say is she actually came into my bed last night at about 3 a.m. And I was like, "What's up, sweetie?" She was like, "I was having a bad dream. We were in the water and we crashed and there were sharks everywhere. And we were trying to get away, but we couldn't get away. And then people came to save us, but they had the wrong color." And it was one of those things that are out of context. But she's like,
Yeah.
she's like, they had the wrong color. I was like, "What do you mean, sweetie?" She's like, "They had the red." And I was like,
What?
I was like, "It's okay, sweetie. You'll be fine." I was like, come cuddle, come to sleep. Get woken up in the middle of the night by your kid being like, "I'm having nightmares about a crash, sharks and Sith." I'm like, okay.
That was one of my favorite bits that I saw with that a comedian that like went viral was like he said his daughter came to him like in the middle of the night and was like, "Hey, if you came back from the future, would you believe yourself?" And then like he says, "Oh, I think so." And she goes, "Okay," and turns around and leaves. And he's like, "What?" Hang on, you can't just leave it there.
I suppose you can, but there are questions. All right. When last we left off, what, Alicia?
No. Oh god.
What the hell?
It's a weird day, apparently.
Yeah, apparently. But by the way, isn't she so cute with her little uniform on? They have school uniforms. There's like a parameter. It's a very tight parameter, so it's not like
I
it's,
couldn't really tell that was uniform, to be honest.
Oh yeah, probably because it's because she was.
We actually had uniforms, so.
Yeah, so that they have their uniforms that are like it's a very tight parameter. So for instance, because she's a girl, she can wear khaki shorts. So her 3 colors are white, blue, and khaki, and so she can wear khaki pants, skirts, or a dress, and she can have an undershirt that's either a t-shirt or a long sleeve shirt, or she can wear a polo shirt. And they have to be those 3 colors, and nothing else. The only place where they're allowed to kind of like go beyond their set colors or set specific clothing, which again is a very tight group of what they're allowed to have, is their shoes. And so if you saw the picture I posted in Discord before of Rory's like boots that she got while we were in Arizona, she's worn those super sparkly boots to school now. And like she has other, we'll get her like very fun shoes because it's like the one spot where you can self-express.
I only experienced the exact 2 opposites of that for school. There was either full casual or full like blazer, tie, proper shirt and everything, getting in trouble for untucked shirts.
Yeah.
There was no in between.
I'm kind of surprised. You said she's going to school, right?
Yeah, she's in kindergarten.
I thought like the colors they'd allow over there would be like multicam, urban camo.
I live in the
Wow.
Northeast, okay? When you live on a coast, you're okay. It's when you start moving inland that you're like, whoa. Yeah, whoa. But,
Oof.
yeah. Like, I don't
Like,
live near
honey,
Rena.
honey, you forgot not. It's like usually you're like, oh, you forgot your lunch. It's like, no, you forgot your bulletproof vest.
Oh, but that got too real, okay?
Yeah, I did.
That's
That's
a little too
this is
real.
our way of raising awareness
Yeah.
about things that shouldn't happen.
By the way, this is what she came downstairs for, to give me my my bracelet for the day. So it's
Oh.
we don't. I won't waste time explaining it. The dream was the only thing. But so when last we left off,
We just executed a
I'm
plan.
not helping you out here, Scott.
I know you Neil got into some trouble and he got locked up, but and you guys started to do an investigation, and then you guys gave an actual legitimate apology to the captain of the guard for the city, and he was like, all right, I'll help you out a little bit. Then the two of you had to go off and do a little bit more research and looking into matters, while Neil had to stay inside the prison again. And then you just went and collected somebody else to do some interrogation for. And literally the session ended with you were about to start the interrogation, and what's his name there, Tristan, was going to be able to come and join you for the interrogation of this particular character. I do actually remember all of those details. If you want to know the bad part, who was the character you were interrogating again?
Okay, it was. I have his name. Oh wait, no. I think I might have. No. It's Wilford Caleb, also known as Swift. I think he was one of the people that ambushed us in the street, wanting to know the information about. I don't know whether that was Caleb or the guy we already captured was Caleb.
Yeah, you guys.
One of them was Caleb.
you guys had
We report to
Jake is so
163
quiet.
W.
Can you
You
guys
are
even
really
hear Jake?
quiet, yeah.
Yeah, he like sounds like underwater far away.
Try to say something now that you like angled your mic towards you.
Is that any better?
Yes.
Bit better. It's still like quiet though.
Yes, but it's still,
I wonder if
it's like
it could be a Zoom update, Jake.
Make sure it's like using the right mic and
Yeah, if you're on
and
audio.
gain is the same.
turn that volume up.
Meanwhile, Neil is very loud.
Yeah.
Someone play DJ Myson. Turn the volume up.
All right, let me just check something real quick for you guys.
Alarming.
Does
how
this
good
make
that
make
music
me
was.
louder for you guys?
Oh yeah, that's better.
Is that too loud or is it good?
Say something more.
Is that too loud or is it just good?
Personally, I prefer that. That's better.
That's
But
good,
maybe
I
I'm
think, yeah.
deaf.
Okay, no, that's perfectly fine. I'm glad that.
No,
that's
that
for you
is
guys.
good.
All right, cool. In which case,
I've been blasting sad Radiohead into my ears all morning. so,
only
know.
you guys would hear this. Chat would get the raw version, but turn the
That's
music
okay, chat
up.
like it raw.
Turn the music up. Turn the music up. Turn the music.
It's not as good as the last one. I don't know. This is a different voice.
It may have been. I haven't used it in a while.
Oh yeah, I should actually probably. Is this working? Did I make Crystal Boy?
No.
No. Okay, that's not good. How about now? Now my Crystal Boy?
Yes. Yes, you are.
Good. Okay. I'm glad I checked.
All right. So, Jake, did you check to see your audio settings on Zoom? You're muted.
Yeah, I did.
And everything's supposed to be correct?
Everything is.
You're so quiet, it's cutting you off.
It's cutting out. Yeah.
Do you have a Focusrite or a preamp or any of those?
I don't even know what they are.
Do you know what a Focusrite is? The thing that you plug. So what you have a microphone, right? And your microphone has a this thick cable right here, but this thick cable won't plug into your computer. How do you plug this into your computer?
It's in a Go XL.
You have a Go XLR. Okay. So
Yeah.
on your Go XLR, can you turn your gain up?
Yep.
And when you do, tell me what your gain turns to. Because it's probably pretty high. Sorry, everybody. I know we haven't played this game in a while, but poor Jake is suffering, and it's one of those. I don't want to give him shit about it either. As somebody that deals with audio issues, sometimes it's very frustrating because you just want to say words and people can't hear you. It's genuinely very frustrating, and poking fun at it doesn't help the issue. It's one of those few scenarios where you just feel helpless. So it just is very annoying.
What should I try and set it to?
So what is your gain currently at? I'm gonna turn off the music so I can hear you easier.
I don't even know whether the game. I don't know what that is.
So your Go XLR is a big physical device, right? And you probably can also control it digitally, right? So gain is usually like I don't know what the Go XLRs always look like, but it's usually on the left hand side. It's like the big control.
Yeah.
Something.
Oh yeah, it's like full.
It's pretty much turned all the way up. That's what I was afraid of, honestly, Jake. That's kind of not a good thing. The reason why it's full is because the microphone you're using is a condenser mic as opposed to a no, it's the other way around. You have a dynamic mic instead of a condenser mic, right? Whereas I think Tesh is the opposite from us. So what you need is a preamp or an inline preamp. And that's another physical device that you need to fix it. And you're like, why? This hasn't bothered me before. That's a really good point there, Jake. Because these mics are really good, but they require equipment and updates fuck with them. And that's just how it goes. And if you had a driver update, which probably happened automatically, unless you knew exactly which previous update you had and you wipe out all your old drivers, turn off updates, get the correct one and load it in, you just have to deal with it. So I'll send you some links after the session for items that you can use to make your life easier that aren't crazy expensive. But in the meanwhile, just kind of assume you're going to be eating your microphone because I think your kids are in bed and you don't want to project too loud.
Okay.
Sorry. and the big issue is that, and this is one of the issues I'm dealing with right now. And mind you, I did get myself an inline one. I'm also fighting with the same issue is, we might even hear you peek out, like clip out some because with your gain up that much, even if you're speaking at a normal volume, it'll still cause a bit of clipping to happen. So for the sake of my own sanity and chats, I'm just going to leave music off this session because you're quiet. That way we don't have to bug you with how quiet you are. We can at least hear you. Okay.
Okay. Yep.
Excuse me, Alicia. Yes, it is.
If only Zoom had the feature. If only Zoom had the feature every other voice thing has, which is adjust other people's volume.
Yeah. No, it all comes in on one big channel.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we're just gonna play like this, and that'll make things a little bit more smooth for us. And like I said, I'll send you some ideas afterwards. Otherwise, but the last question. I'm sorry, and I assume Go XLR can do this because it's one of the more expensive ones. Do they have what's called phantom power or a 48 volt boost built into them?
Yeah,
they do.
Yeah.
Okay. That does nothing. You actually want to make sure that's turned off unless you have it plugged into a preamp. Like what's it called? Like the cloud filter. Cloud filter is a relatively inexpensive preamp that you can get, and it's when you plug that in that you want to turn on that phantom power. Because that's more or less you're feeding power back into the cloud filter to make it function for you to give you that. I think it's like a 15 amp or something like that clean audio boost. I think is how they describe it. Again, I'm not a sound person. Tyler is actually way better at this shit than I am. I even ask Wade, and Wade is like, Tyler's like, my best source of info.
To be fair, Wade knows how to solve problems because he's had every single problem in the book with that thing.
I mean, I just assume that Molly cut off a portion of her frontal lobe and put it into Wade's head, and that's how he functions. She's just like, I'll go with 10% less, and he's like, I have brain, like.
When the frontal lobe, isn't that the bit that like controls aggression and inhibition?
Isn't that your frontal cortex, which has all like reasoning, problem solving?
I don't know. Do you have a cortex at the front?
Big brain. All right.
Someone clip that. It's just the slur. Big brain.
So anyways, let's dive into this. So, you guys, so when you were doing your kind of your hunt down at one point in time, you were down an alleyway where people were illegally doing a degree of gambling and whatnot, and you're able to utilize the local guards, the local authorities, to assist you in the endeavor. I think one of you ran off to go get the authorities or whatever it was, while another one was spying, or however it worked out. And you were like, "Oh no, we're gonna have to do this by ourselves." Oh, okay, cool. The storm.
You had 2 guards come with you. You sent one of the guards or both of them away to get more from the local barracks.
Yeah. And the others kind of like joined up in time that you were able to handle the situation. And Tesh did one of those fun scenarios. I'm pretty sure it was Tesh that did the scenario where you thought for a moment things are going to be really rough with the big guy being there, but then he kind of like dropped down and took care of like the one actual swift is who you're looking for, took care of them pretty
I hit the crossbow out of the hands.
Yeah, out of the hands. I think you rolled a critical hit or something too. It's pretty badass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did a lot of damage. Yeah. No, I got a crit and stealth and then a 27 to hit.
Okay, it's that attack right here. This one right here.
Yeah.
Right, cool. And then so you more or less dropped out. That's right, because they had 20 health points. Haha, I remember now. So anyways, you ended up dropping the thing out of their hands, and the other person's like, "Whoa, I don't want to be involved in this." And you're like, "All right, cool, that was easy." You brought them in, and you're going to question them because they seem to be somehow affiliated with the military of Yovance, and you guys are nowhere near Yovance. And you're looking to find out what the hell's going on. So, interrogation. You guys wait until Tristan comes up from his cell. So I don't know if he makes any comments of him making his way back. If he's changed. I mean, he spent all that time in the big house.
He like comes out and you just hear like down the corridor, like it's a long corridor, like 30 foot, and you hear him just making my way down to no, of course. Doesn't have any comment.
I was thinking he comes and he's got like a new sleeve of tattoos. He's got like a tear wrap over here, but he's also got like, a big cross tattooed on his forehead, and he found Jesus. Like
he's got a beard suddenly somehow.
Whoa, he can't have the teardrop though because he was in solitary the entire time, right?
But he lost himself.
Damn, he killed himself in there. Damn, that's dark, man.
All right. So, anyways, so. Does he make any comment? Like, if you guys want to have a quick little 1 second RP with each other to get into the mindset before you go interrogate Swift?
Scott's like, make a comment on your incarceration.
Gallon would just sort of nod to him when he sees him.
No comment.
And the BT is extremely quiet. Doesn't even nod at him. Doesn't even make eye contact. He just looks over his right shoulder down the hallway past him.
Hi guys, I am rehabilitated now. Oh, I wish I'd said that. That would have been great.
I was waiting for a clip, like a quippy overview. Like,
oh my god,
yes.
That would have been gold.
My time in the hole has changed me.
both an amusing comment and an amusing comment on the actual uses of prisons.
Yeah.
Oy vey. All right.
Bravo.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Well, if it's an American prison, recidivate rate is very high. Recidiv. God, that word.
Reincarceration?
No, well, recidivation means to be reincarcerated. And more or less means your likelihood of going back in. Those rates are very high because we rehabilitate people here.
It's a word.
Yeah, it's also like there's the whole issue of trying to find a job as someone who's been incarcerated.
Yeah,
like the whole idea is meant to be rehabilitation. So coming out the other end should be like that. That shouldn't be as big of a negative for jobs as it is.
No, that word
life is
doesn't
a
exist,
stigma.
Joe Scott.
Recidivation it's a statistic.
Recidivism. Let's Google that. No, I Googled it, and like just to show how far you're off, Google literally said
Recidivism.
there's nothing matching your search.
Recidivism. Yeah,
It wasn't
recidivism.
even
I'm
like,
sorry.
did you mean?
You were missing the D.
I would say recidivation, but it's recidivism. So that's where I was off.
Recidivism.
It's the
There you go.
tendency of convicted criminals to reoffend. So
Which doesn't actually speak about being reincarcerated.
But it goes back into the idea of the likelihood
Yeah.
to go back for same crimes that you came out for. It's because
I understand.
Yeah.
I bet Norwegian prisons are quite forward thinking.
they just execute them all. So, you ready to go?
Yeah.
Oh my.
So you walk up, you just kind of give a head nod. He gives like a head nod back. Your commander doesn't even, you don't even exist to him
What time of-
anymore.
It's been like a day. What time of day is it now? I can't remember what time of day we finish things off at.
It's evening because you went and collected the guy
Okay,
from
that's right.
gambling down the hallway. All right, and you guys can go walking into Swift. Let's get some RP going. So that's where we find our stride. When we can get to the first moment of real RP, that's where this group comes together. All hands in.
Is it still quiet?
Oh
you
my
sound
God,
better.
no.
So
Jake,
get
you're
your
in my
hand-
ears.
Oh.
Get your hand in my ear as well. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was delayed on that one.
No, he's down under. It's natural lag.
Everybody like stacks their hand in, but Jake's the guy that comes in last and puts his hand in the bottom. And you're like, okay, we can do this. All right.
And makes eye contact with you as his hand like slots into your hand.
ready.
No, thank you.
I like your bracelets, guys. Suits you.
It's a hairpiece.
I think it really detracts from the fact that you're so short. Like it really takes away from that. You know, it gives like another.
That picture.
That picture's good. Yeah.
Fucking amazing.
I saw that. I was like, oh, Rena, good work.
Her husband's like, lean forward. It has to look authentic. I'm like, afterwards he's like, I'm impressed that you're such a good sport about this. I'm like, I hate you all. All right, let's play the damn game. So you guys go walking in there with Swift, who was the one that had, I believe, actually shot Carrick before. So obviously there's no love from Tristan to them. Though granted, it's not like they were like, I hate horses, I'm going to eat this one. Let's make some Jello. It was, following orders, which he could appreciate as a soldier. But he also holds a special place in his bowels for Carrick. So he, I imagine, is maybe a little bit upset. As for the other two there, Gallon and Viggo, I know that you guys just want to get to the bottom of what it was that had transpired, why it is you're being attacked. You have only limited information thus far. Do you guys want to out of game chat about what information do you recall? Or do you all feel fairly confident moving forward?
I don't even get a shower. I'm like, right, welcome out of your solitary confinement. Go get interrogating. Jesus.
Yep.
We were waiting for you for the interrogation.
What did we're right. Okay, Wilford Swift, Caleb, co-conspirator in his 40s, could be found at the docks, drinking/betting. He served out in the Sahara on the rivers, hung out with a younger red-haired man, blah, blah, blah. Old injury in his left shoulder, had a crossbow from his grandfather that could be the way to
I remember I took that. That's right.
punish him. Yeah, it could be the way to
I
get
have
him
that
to
now.
speak by threatening it.
I
I
may
had
already-
weapon modifications on it.
Yeah.
I remember now.
Pimp
That's
out.
I
right.
apologize for damaging it because I.
As for what the previous guy said,
He didn't give us much. He said he was willing to give us this dude because if he gave us anything else,
Yeah,
would
that
be in
he'd get
danger.
done. Yeah.
He wanted help or leniency, which we're not going to give him. He doesn't
Are we
deserve
not? I'm fairly certain he told us that if we give him that if he gave us this
yeah,
Wilfer,
it was
Caleb, that
suggested
we would give him
say
leniency.
he wasn't one of the dude. Yeah,
Yeah, but
That
it
was what was
he was
suggested.
like not telling us anything apart from this guy might be around there. If I tell you
Yeah,
something.
but he was like, if I tell
die.
you stuff, I'm dead. But
Yeah.
I can tell you this guy who can tell you stuff who is then dead. But you just got to get me out.
well, I'll tell you what. If we want to be really mean, if we get information from this dude, we can then go to the other dude and say, "Look, we got this information from that dude. We're going to say we got it from both of you, so you can either just tell us stuff or."
Listen, guys, I
The
was happy to
monsters?
finally get the evil tag off of the thing as I was finally playing this campaign.
Yeah, it's okay.
Let's not go down that
Galen
path.
wouldn't want to do that. Galen wouldn't want to do that anyway. But this dude. So what are we going to do with the other dude then? Just not speak.
Let's see what this
against
guy
him or
gives us
for him?
first.
If this guy gives us everything, we can probably let that other guy go.
Well, we're not
Yeah,
letting
that
him go.
was the deal.
Well-
there's no way we could we don't have the power for one to let him go.
We
do.
can say he
We
wasn't one of
literally
the
say,
ones.
I think you
Yeah.
arrested this man in error. We've interrogated him and we don't recognize it.
Yeah, but I mean,
We are the
wouldn't do
witnesses,
that, though.
so we could very much.
Yeah, but
Oh,
you're an honorless rat. So.
Right.
Wow.
Let's see.
Wow.
Let's see how.
Yeah, so I don't think we
It's
got
like,
any real
excuse.
information. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I don't think we got any real information from the other guy.
I mean,
He
the other guy
told
gave
us-
you very little information,
Yeah.
but mostly what he
Oh.
offered you was this guy.
He told us he couldn't tell us because it
There
would
was
cost
also a
him his life.
question where we asked him, like, did he believe he was doing the right thing? And I think he seemed conflicted on that.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
So he may have thought he was doing the right thing at one point, but not so much now.
Oh my God, is that a monster, Jake?
No.
It's alcohol, isn't it? I've just annoyed him when he's drinking. Oh my God.
It's a solo.
It's a solo.
What's a solo? What
Han?
the hell?
Oh
Like
no,
lemon.
solo doesn't exist over. Okay, I didn't know that.
What is
No.
solo?
It's
Like similar
Uh-huh.
to Lift is the only way I can describe it.
What is
What
left?
the hell's left?
Oh, you don't have Lift either?
What's
Uh,
left?
Jeez,
Is it
I
like-
thought
it's like a
that's owned by Coca-Cola. I assumed that was worldwide.
lemon.
Regional
it's
marketing, baby.
Hmm.
lemon soft drink. It's
Like Sprite?
Like lemonade?
lemon. Yeah, it's like lemonade, except it's like
It's nothing like lemonade. It tastes nothing like lemonade.
It's,
Is it like Sprite?
You're right,
Sprite
actually.
is
It
lemon
doesn't
lime
taste
soft
like it.
drink.
it's
But
lemon soft drink.
Yeah,
What do you mean it tastes nothing like lemonade? It's lemon soft drink. It has to. Do you know the distinction between like cloudy lemonade and
Okay,
clear lemonade?
it's lemon flavored.
One's homemade,
When I
one's
say
crap.
lemon flavored, I say lemon flavored lightly.
Interesting.
You know you don't like solo touch. You've said it before. Thank you.
You know Lift? Yeah, but you're right next to them. But not solo. Way more lemony.
All right, let's have you
So
guys
it's
go
a
walking
lemon-
into the.
Is it fizzy?
Is it fizzy? It's a
Yeah.
soft drink. That means
Yeah,
It's a
carbonated.
soft drink, yeah.
Yeah,
No, it doesn't.
that's universal for carbonated.
No, here soft drink is carbonated drinks.
Yeah, same here.
No. A soda
Yeah.
would be a carbonated drink.
A soft drink is a
We
carbonated
don't
drink.
use the word.
A soft drink
word
means
soda.
We
it's
don't
not
use the word
alcoholic.
soda.
We don't use the word soda. Soft drink is our soda here.
Yeah, I wouldn't use soda either. But a soft drink doesn't. I don't think that's what it means.
That's what though like
I've always
soft
associated
drinks,
soft drink as carbonated
uh,
drink.
Yeah, carbonated drinks here.
Like you don't say a cranberry juice is a soft drink.
Wikipedia says often carbonated.
Oh, I can accept that.
Neil, literally, it's literally what Australia calls like carbonated drinks, they call them soft drinks.
Yeah.
I so much so that hearing the word like soda felt really fucking weird for the first time when I heard it.
Yeah, we don't
That's
call them
weird.
soda either. But
You
you know, that's
people call it pop.
you guys are weird.
Oh,
you
that's
know?
really weird.
Down under.
That one
Apparently,
still, I don't get.
20 hours ago, Australian doctors used social media to call for sugar tax on soft drinks. Quote, a ticking time bomb.
Yeah.
Speaking
Well,
of time
I mean,
bombs, Caleb,
cutting them and Farmers Union iced coffee out of my diet dropped my blood sugar from like fucking 20
Yeah, I
something
mean,
to 5.
iced coffee is like 40% sugar. It's insane.
Yeah.
That's why I don't put sugar in my coffee. I just caffeine, baby. Bean juice.
I'm sorry, Scott. You can't come in here and be like, yes, I eat healthily. Now, let me get some more ice cream.
I was about to say
damage my bowels for 6 to 8 hours.
Hey, I ran granted I haven't run in fucking way too long. I ran 7.5 miles an hour for half a mile 2 days ago. I was very impressed that I could do that.
Wait, so you ran
the first time in a long
7.5 miles an hour for half a mile.
Correct. Yeah. That was I did.
So you ran half a mile.
No. I moved slower. So I moved 4 miles an hour prior to that and after that. But for the middle part, it was because like I had done at a 5.
I think most runners do it in like minutes per mile.
So what was it saying? 7.5 miles an hour is if you maintain that for a whole mile, is an 8-minute mile. But
Okay,
I did it for
so
half
quite
mile.
fast.
Because again, that was but that was only for half a mile. That's why I'm only it's like
Yeah.
But I was happy because I
see.
was like, this is better than I expected. I could.
Yeah, that's fast. 8-minute
Yeah.
mile is fast, yeah.
Yeah. Well, for half the mile.
Especially for someone as short as you.
It came up to only a 13-minute mile. Let's be 100% clear. Like, let's not try to mince words here. But I was happy that I was able to do that, and I was like, okay, within a month, I want to be able to pull off the 10-minute mile without dying, and then within 3 months, I'm going to do an 8-minute mile because I used to be able to do a 7-minute mile no problem. So, but let's so you guys go walking into the room. Who opens the door?
I will.
I will.
Tristan, he wants to feel something.
Yeah.
out
We
of his time
both
in the
both
prison.
reach and our hands touch on the doorknob and we like look at each other.
I watched my camera change settings on me. I was watching Zoom and my camera's just like, now you're gonna be yellow.
Scott's like, no, I just tried to get us in. And Tesh's camera's like, no,
Sorry.
it's not been an hour yet.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'll let you open the door.
Oh,
obviously.
what? My settings aren't changing. It's ignoring the settings option for the camera.
It's a net. What the fuck's that brand's called? Crap, what's that brand called?
It's
Logitech.
taken over. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's why. Logitech doesn't care about your opinion.
Did
Logitech
it
does
change
best.
again? Did it go blue? Wait, hang on. Did it fix itself?
Logitech's like the mom in Tangled. Like Logitech knows best. Listen to
It
the
fixed it.
Logic.
I couldn't change my settings, and then I tried opening a different app, and it just fixed itself.
Yep.
Sorry. Let's continue.
All right. So you guys go to open the door. Two of you reach for it. You touch hands. There's a moment. The third one's like, sorry. And then Tristan actually grasps the handle and his emotions and turns and opens the door. And the three of you go walking in. Oy vey. As you guys go.
I'm going to do what I said I was going to do last time, but we eventually changed our mind about it. I'm going to put my bag down in the corner, and at the same time, Virgil is going to come out of the bag and sort of set up in the corner.
He's like, did you see that shit? That thing just moved? What is that?
I'm obviously going to be in the way when that happens.
All right. So, good morning, William. So you guys go in there and look about, and Swift as I will refer to them, but you guys are welcome to use their real name. Just kind of like watches as you guys come filtering in. They obviously know they were in trouble since they fought you and were bested by you twice. So they're sitting there, and same as before, they have their manacles on, sitting there at the table. I believe I described it before as the manacle has a chain that also connects to the table.
Yes, I believe so. I'll do what I did last time, which is just like relentlessly sense motive this dude throughout this.
So you sit there opposite him and just do one of those like...
Not opposite, slightly to the side. let the person who's talking be opposite him. But yes,
he licks his lips too.
I make it known. I make it known that I'm paying attention to him, basically.
Tristan is such a Neil name. Fact.
It's because I'm a pretty boy.
Anyways, you are obviously paying attention to him. So, does anybody speak first, or is this like silent for a bit?
I'm not going to say anything. I'm Stu.
It's like, and then my response is silence for a bit.
Yeah, did it make you feel uncomfortable? Did it work?
So if you guys literally just kind of like walk in there, filter out, come around this person, and just like stand/sit there around the person, just silent. They're going to kind of like look around the room and be like, there's laws here.
I'm definitely not the one going to be talking today. I have terrible
A few more moments pass of silence of them looking around as they already like being intimidated.
I need to get my head into this because it's just not there at the moment.
You're too busy thinking, call the children back. We go to war.
No, he's not. He's like, oh my god, they don't know what solo is. They've never had solo, and it's just like proper blow in his mind.
It's one of those things where, like, I think of that as being such like a default soft drink that it legitimately didn't come into my brain the idea that it wouldn't be anywhere else.
You guys all know what we have here because it's marketed everywhere. If I have it here, you have it there.
That's not true.
Oh yeah, Pepsi, Coke, Mountain Dew, Sprite, right?
Mountain Dew we only got more recently.
You still have
I
it.
said like recently, last 5
Same with
years.
Dr. Pepper. I'm annoyed that I have to try and like I have to struggle to get Dr. Pepper.
But again, it's American TV is broadcasted worldwide, and it's all on our TV. You don't see our advertisements or adverts or whatever to call them, but our commercials. But you still have it a product placement in all of our movies and whatnot. So
yeah, you have to understand though. It's like in media, it's usually one very obvious drink in each show. So the absence of seeing Solo could have just been it didn't pay for a show. Like, it's much harder to tell when something isn't in a location than being like, oh, they have that.
But so
Tris would absent-mindedly inspect his nails for a little bit, and then turn and look at this chap and say, "What laws is that?"
You can't touch me.
No, I believe there's also laws against illegal gambling, assaulting people, attempted murder, the whole lot.
He shrugs and says, "That's for a judge to decide."
It would usually be for a judge to decide, yeah. But, you're quite a fanatic, really, aren't you? Attacking soldiers on the street. We just couldn't control you. We had to defend ourselves in here, and, accidents happen.
He looks at you and says, "It's Paradel.
Oh,
Everyone's a soldier. If we were supposed to
That's
give
not
some
right.
sort of special credence to each individual one, you wouldn't be able to look cross at anyone."
Yeah, that's what Paradel's supposed to be. Well done. Now, You treasonous bastard. We have information from you that we want.
He looks at you and he's like, I don't think I know anything.
That's not what your mate said.
Actually, I don't know that either.
Your mate told us that you knew quite a bit, actually.
He kind of like looks around the room and he chuckles a bit. No.
No? You don't think he'd be willing to dob you in after you left him for dead? After he saved you?
And he kind of like...
You're a traitor through and through, and there's only one way to save your skin in this situation. Or maybe we should make sure you end up in a cell with him.
Roll me an intimidation check there, Neil.
Oh, I like that one.
And first skill check of the day. I owe Tish roll some dice, but...
Second.
Yeah.
I didn't ask for those ones.
Scott!
Yeah, no, you didn't.
Oh, I nearly rolled it.
It was
Carrick. I was like, wait a minute, I'm not
before
that bad at intimidation. Oh no, it's Carrick. Okay, good.
And before Natty 20, Neil's coming back with a vengeance, baby. Okay, never mind. He's useless.
Why would you jinx me like that? Only I'm allowed to call natural 20s?
I need you to look at the dice. The dice are 3, 3, and 4 so far. The sessions.
What was it saying? The I don't believe in jinx, Neil. So that's you should be safe. And 334 is the area code for like southeastern Alabama.
Breathe in coffee.
So, all right. So I was just thinking of
okay.
I got hose. So yeah, you kind of like leaning and say these lines, and he, obviously there's a bit of a circumstance modifier to this beyond just like your basic one, right? You put a lot of context into what it was that you were saying, et cetera, et cetera. And to begin with, intimidating somebody is supposed to be, I believe, based off of their wills, their wisdom modifier, and their HD.
Do we want to roll luck on that one?
That's up to Neil. Obviously, like I said, you have an 11, and the answer is that.
You have no luck dice left. Okay, that's good to know.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's good.
And I rolled a 1. Well, I thought let's find out at the beginning of this.
Yeah, no, that was my thought as well, which is why I mentioned it.
So the DC is usually 10 plus the target's HD plus their wisdom modifier. To be clear, so you know that they're not 1 HD because you know that they have 20 health points, so they've got to be at least 2 HD. People.
I don't know. I don't remember any of that shit.
So let's hope that wisdom is negative.
So more than likely, because usually they roll, unless they have like max health, they're probably going to be a 3 HD or 4 HD person. So you get a 13 or 14 right off the bat, and then you have their wisdom modifier from there, which can be for average NPCs can be anywhere from a -1 to a +1. So you're looking at
a -1,
anywhere from a 12 to say a 16 or so. Anyways, like I said, there are other factors involved. So he kind of like, he listens to you say all these words. And he's like, right. So you, he turned, huh? He's working for you guys now?
I'm not going to answer
that. This actually, I would like to sense motive because I want to know if he's almost trying to look like he's trying to get the information from us, or he's like worried.
Oh, that's fair. I'll let you roll at this one.
Cool.
There it is. Hey,
cool.
I was off by 1. I call it a win. So, anyways, you sir are judging them, and you're like, it's a combination of nerves, but also like he's trying to get the information, but not like I'm gonna report this back up, and more like that son of a bitch. You know what I mean? So it's a combination of like nerves, but also like I suppose brazen in his being upset with the other one. You know what I mean? So anger, because he's definitely he's not the one that should be angry. But then again, you can imagine he's trying to pull this information for, at the very least, personal use, not necessarily to pass along. So
Yeah, then I'll pass that on to the other two using Virgil. So in their head.
twinged a nerve there.
At this point, I
He
will
speaks.
start reading a offer list, more or less the information that the other guy gave us on where to find this guy. So I'll like read him his name, his alias, where he is known to be, all that stuff in like a very matter of fact way.
Sorry, a pop up just cover my screen for a second. Sorry if I interrupted the stream for everybody else. I'm sorry. So I got distracted. You start reading off of the details from the how it was that you were able to discover him from the other one in a matter of fact.
Yeah, I'm more or less inferring. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
How do you think we found you?
Gotcha. So you're playing that hand. Okay. So he kind of like listens to what you're doing, kind of listens to the whole thing, and then as you are like about 3/4 of the way through, he goes, I get it. He goes, so you found me. What, you want me to go and squeal on everyone else? No, fuck off.
Viggo will turn to look at Triss.
It's you or him, and you've already betrayed him once. Why die when you've already done something like that? You've already lost your honor.
He shakes his head and says, you already got us both. It's not me or him. It's me and him. I'll settle my score.
Well, say we made a mistake. Say you're just some gambler. You weren't involved.
He looks around the room. Let me roll my own sense motive on this one because I think it's bullshit.
Viggo will add to this by saying, yeah, we never caught you there. You weren't one of the ones we brought in originally.
That did not work out well. I that doesn't have the right modifier, which is upsetting because that was a really good roll.
It is the wrong modifier because it's a plus nothing.
It's a plus nothing.
You have to put a number.
Oh.
I pressed enter before the number went in, which is so frustrating. It should have been a 20 total.
Fuck! I forgot what I was going to say. I had an idea, and then it just after the rolling fiasco.
So he looks about the room, and he's so what was I saying? Sorry. You kind of like played out. He's like, it's me and him. You know what I mean? And one of you guys responded.
Yeah, me and Neil did.
Yeah. And he just kind of like gets quiet.
Look, mate, only one of you has to fall for this one. We're leaving it up to you guys to choose which one.
He says, there's a way to handle that. Put us in a room. We'll see who comes out.
Oh, no. As you said, everyone's a soldier. And you know what the Peridot military likes? Useful tools. But you know what it doesn't like? Useful tools that are no longer useful. We get rid of those, don't we? Melt them down, turn them into something else. Now, the question is, do you want to be the tool that's useful or the tool that isn't useful?
I could use a vacation behind a couple of bars.
I imagine you could.
Yep. He kind of looks around the room and he's like, looks like you guys are grasping at straws on this one. I think at this point, I think I'm just gonna get a little quiet.
Sure. I've got something to show you. Can I have his, he'd motion to...
Yeah, Viggo will get up, leave the room, and then return with the crossbow.
He's quiet the entire time he's there. It does like an annoying thing where he's like, gets like in his teeth, like a...
Triss will take it, the crossbow, and then Triss will examine it, sight down it,
He's looking at the fact that you have his crossbow.
What a lovely, fine piece of work. And then he's going to load it, but with no ammunition.
Of course, yeah.
And then he's going to sight it at the wall and pull the trigger.
Yep.
And there's going to be the horrible dull thunk of all that energy being absorbed into the crossbow. Ooh, didn't sound quite so good. Should we do it again? And he'll look and wait before loading it again.
He you roll a sense motive test because you're the one that's like eyeing him.
Yep.
Oh,
I thought it was gonna be another 20.
I know. You can see that there's a moment where like his heart dropped, and whatnot as he first does it because there's a big reverb on it. But at the same time though, like a couple seconds later, like or a second or so later, he seems fine because I mean it is well crafted, right? And he knows it's well crafted. It could certainly withstand a considerable amount of abuse. So there's like a moment where you can see he's like. And then, especially even like a bit of, when it comes over, you can see it gets like anger when it just comes into the room being handled. That happened. There's like but then afterwards, he just kind of seems a bit calm again. And he just kind of shrugs and says, I assume that's about how accurate you are.
You both hear in your head from Virgil, it's working, but he doesn't think that's actually going to damage it. But there's something there. He was worried for a second.
This will
It is
lay
a
it.
very nice looking crossbow. Tris, you've seen the one that I returned with. It's a little different. It's equally well made, but this one seems to have some modifications. Do you have any experience maybe dismantling, and then maybe we can?
Of course. I mean, if it's not a useful tool anymore, and he'll glance at the guy, then we know what happens to things that are no longer useful in Peridot.
You can't dismantle these things. It's not like these are parts that you could take off and put onto other things. What the hell's the matter with you? It's crafted that way from the beginning, all from one piece of wood.
He's going to slam it into the table.
Oh, roll me a strength check. Oh. Now, do you want it to be like one of those ones where, because I'm pretty sure
I
one of you
want
guys
it
have
to make
mending.
obnoxious and terrifying noises, but I don't necessarily want to break it at this point because it's still a very useful piece of leverage.
Well, because obviously you guys have the ability to use mending, or at least can get access on it to it or whatever. So I didn't know if you wanted to like maybe luck to make that bigger to try to like really have an effect here, or if you're like, I want to just get the point across.
I want to get the point across. I can club the hell out of it on a proper wall in a bit if like I need to. Like I can just take it like a pickaxe to a wall.
Yeah.
All right, give me 1 second. I want to see because it's a break DC for something like this would be because a 22 is one shy of breaking down a strong door. You know what I mean? So give me 1 second. So let's see. Hardness, there's a hardness and health points, not because projectile weapons are very easy to break. But where's the break DC for those? It doesn't have. Because again, a 22 is really high. That also would burst rope bonds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 20. That's very strong. Very strong.
A 22 is really good. A 23 breaks a treasure chest. Like 23 is like the big threshold to like the next best.
That's almost
thing.
perfect then, because it's like just not breaking it.
Yeah. Which again makes sense because like that's pretty solid because even manacles are only a 26. You know, like
Damn.
yeah. All right, cool.
Tristan just rocks out of his manacles.
Like a good wooden door is only an 18. All right, so I would say that you slam this thing down, and it's not that it's impervious by any stretch. Like you probably actually like put like a bit of like a dent into the exact point of impact, and maybe microfractures inside of it that you would only notice if you had like like a microscope or something like that to notice. So you actually like definitely hurt the thing to the point where like the taut string that's in it even continues to give almost like where the bowed part of the taut string gives almost like a vibration, almost like it's humming after you slam it down. And when you slam that thing down, you can definitely notice his reaction is so like volatile that nobody needs to roll a sense motive. He immediately jumps up and like jumps over to like jump at you, but he can't because he's manacled to the table right there. It's kind of like, and you're on the other side of it. It's kind of like jumps at you. It's like, oh, you
Gallant's just gonna smile back at him without moving.
Now, Swift, Mr. Caleb, did you want to be a useful tool or one that needs to be melted down and repurposed?
Go ahead and roll me another intimidate check, but this time I'm going to be clear with what you have for modify, or I won't. I'm like, okay, but this time I click will be. Okay, so do you want to modify your 15 with the unclear modifier?
I mean, I would. I don't think we have any luck left, though, do we?
It was given to you saying not for evil purposes or hurting anyone, but
we don't hurt anyone, Norway. What are you on about?
That wasn't. This is good. This is us getting information so we don't have to hurt. And I mean, what was that about? Have to hurt anyone?
Crossbows aren't people. Let's be very clear.
Are you sure? In America, guns are people, and they have rights. So.
Oh my God! There was a great moment in an Austrian campaign that's like a cowboy campaign, and we were in a town that like their graveyard was bigger than the rest of it. It's like, wow, they really have a death problem here. Looks around, sees everyone with guns.
Sounds like this campaign was run by a non-American or a commie.
Will, so yes.
Yeah, so both.
Guess which one.
All right. So let's move on. So the brain not working. So you slam the thing down. He says that, and you said useful tool or melted down and repurposed. And he looks at you and he says, "You're gonna give that back," like almost like a command. And then his voice falters a little bit. Where again, I'm gonna give this to Tesh because he's the one that's really focusing on it, right? Like he says it like a command. But then kind of like, right?
I'm going to drop a bit more information for him now. I could be like, I wouldn't want to destroy something left to them by their grandfather.
He got, tries to stand up proper, but because he's kind of like bent by the thing, he just agitatedly goes and sits back in the chair and says, "But you'll give it back." And this time more of a ask than a command.
People in prison can't have any belongings of their own.
But they're there when they come back out.
Depends on the person, really, doesn't it?
Suppose it depends on if you come back out. Kind of agreeing with you.
Or if you go in.
That was a persuasion check or diplomacy in this campaign. It's a good thing we had Neil come and join the investigation. The other two are just watching.
This is why we were like really wanting him to be here.
Look,
and
Neil's an evil cunt. We definitely want him to run this thing.
Excuse me. Tristan is.
No, not Tristan. I said Neil. So, anyways, the diplomacy check of 20. I assume you're satisfied with that.
Yeah,
it's one of the best that Tristan can get. So, yeah, you say that, and he's like, "None of us do it because we want to."
Do what?
Serve. None of us do it because we want to. Again, at least not that I know of.
Who is it you're serving?
Have you ever heard of the Syndicate?
Dun dun dun. Have we?
Yeah, I don't
Not
think
in
I
this
have.
campaign.
Yeah.
Jake is the only one that might have. Jake, you
Yeah, I
can
was
roll
looking at my
a
thing.
history with a really high DC.
Alright.
Just whenever Viggo like has to roll a really high. It's pretty high. It's pretty good.
What's that, a 28?
28.
Are you comfortable with your 28, sir?
I mean, 28's high. So.
He said very high. Go on, luck it.
We don't have any luck.
Try. Believe in the heart of the cards.
God damn it, Scott. Scott was listening
So
to this
Neil
like,
is
"Do
working
it."
with Scott now. I see.
I'm sorry.
Hopefully this guy's going to tell us all about it anyway.
That's funny. So I would say that a 28 does not satisfy. This place tries to keep itself very secretive, and unfortunately, your character is not from a region that really deals with them. So the DC would be a little bit higher for you. I was setting it at a 30, so you're close, but no cigar. So it's one of those things where you're like, you feel like you've heard the name before or heard references to it before, but that's the most that you would get. You're like, this is a thing. Like what he's saying is, it sounds like I've heard of it before, but I don't get the context. Okay, you unmuted. I didn't know if you're gonna say something. All right. So he looks about the room, kind of seeing blank expressions. Yeah, none of you would have heard of the Syndicate, would you?
Go
I've
on.
heard of it now.
It's a criminal enterprise, I guess, out of Jovance. They've been around for who knows how long. They have their hands in everything over there. They the only option with them is loyalty. If you aren't loyal, they let's just say no one will know your name. That'll be the end of you, your family, your friends. You're burned out.
And how does Yvonne get Paradel soldiers working for it? Unless you mean Yvonne's here.
No, he means Jovance. He shakes his head and says, "It's not Jovance, but it is. It's the Syndicate. Though Jovance, it's run by merchants, right? Syndicate would just be more of that."
And how's the syndicate set up then?
Looks at you and he says, "You think I know?"
I think how much you know will tell me something.
Listen,
I wouldn't trust telling lowly people like you anything either.
as far as I understand, the way it works is you know the person that gives you your orders, and the person that gives orders know the people that take their orders. And that's pretty much it.
Do you work like independent cells?
He shrugs. I know the person that gives me my orders. So if you want to call it that, yeah.
Who gives you your orders?
He looks very uncomfortable.
Driscoll, he's not gonna push him. He's gonna give him time. But he'll pull out his horseman's hammer and start fingering the point that he used to embed into the leader's head, and adjust the position of the crossbow on the table slightly.
I'll give
While
him a
he's doing
moment,
that-
but, you know, be a dick.
Yeah. Galen is actually going to ask a question. He's just going to say, "What do they have on you?" You said not willingly. That means they have something.
Yeah, he nods. Yeah, my family, families are complicated. My parents were kind of disowned from most of the family. We were kind of the black sheep, if you will. And so the rest of them don't talk to us. Haven't. You know, my parents aren't around anymore, anyways. And my sister, she died serving Paradel, but they don't really talk to us. But my grandfather, he still kind of, you know, spoke to me occasionally. It's kind of like a Medahina situation without it being necessary. It's kind of forced on us. But my grandfather, he still spoke to me occasionally, and he gestures to the crossbow. He gave that to me just as a reminder, you know. Anyways, if I fuck up, then the rest of my family, the people that aren't even associated with us at all, they suffer. And you don't want to bring any more. It's bad enough to bring dishonor to the family, but to be disowned by the family, but to see them suffer, the kids, even the ones that you don't like, maybe not so much those ones. Yeah, you don't want that on your shoulders.
Chris will put the hammer down on the table and push the crossbow into reach of him.
He doesn't
Grab
take it. He leaves it there. What did you say?
Grab it.
He looking around the scenario, trying to judge it.
You couldn't hurt me with an unarmed crossbow.
No,
Not
no.
shackled up like you are.
Yeah, but he slides it over. He's just trying to see what game you're playing at. He slides it closer.
Pick it up.
You're not gonna roll sense motive. See where you're going at with this. It's +4. What you going on about? Like, meta?
There's doesn't seem like there's malintent behind this.
So if he's reading that, he'll pick it up.
That's your honor, given to you by your grandfather. And what you're doing now is to try and protect him. I can respect that. Feel how solid it is. It didn't break, not even when I tested it. How can you help us keep your honor and keep your family?
Thanks for a couple moments. The one that you killed, that hammer blow, they were the ones that got the orders. Gave them to us. He was one of us, though. But, you know me. I snoop around. I've seen who gives the orders to him. I know where you can find them. Though I do suggest you don't go looking. I don't know why they're interested in you. I don't know what you were doing in Jovincia.
While they're talking, I'm doing something.
You about to
With
get naked?
sorry. I was gonna say with what he's saying, I want to sense motive to see if when he says like I don't recommend you go looking, if that's like a he's worried we'll tip them off, or whether it's like no, like he thinks that
It's dangerous.
It's dangerous. Yeah.
It's both, I would say.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. So he's like, I don't know what you were doing in Jovincia. I don't know why they were interested in what you were doing in Jovincia. But they didn't like the fact that you were there. And we were supposed to get answers from you. And depending on the answers, you were either going to walk away or never again. That didn't work out so well, did it?
You are a traitor. But you're speaking a language that I can understand. Family. Family comes first. Give us the name. Tell us where to find this person. Give us a description. I think, BT, that neither of these people have been cooperative and they'll have to serve their time in prison.
Jake, what do you say or do?
He'll just nod at Tristan. But when I did my thing, nothing. There's no one else in the room with us.
No.
Okay, good.
You were given points.
Yeah, I'll just give you a nod. Yeah, I know, but you know, we're dealing with someone called the Syndicate who apparently kill everyone and hear things that they shouldn't and all this stuff. So I thought I would.
You got to be paranoid in these situations.
Yeah, no, that was a really good call. I agree.
You know, we could have let you go if you told us something. And he'll wink. But unfortunately, you'll have to serve your time.
He nods.
He'll motion to Jake that he'd like a sheet of paper.
Yeah, he'll give you one.
And a pen, a writing implement, a quill, whatever, I don't care.
Yeah.
And then place it in front of the chap.
You know what I'll also do, just to sort of add to this, to let him know that like this is not going to be something people are going to know when we leave. I'm actually going to unclick the secret compartment in my boot, ready to hide it away.
Yeah, when you put that stuff in front of him, he goes, "No, nothing written. I'll tell you. The name is Arad. A-R-A-D.
I'm gonna write that down. I'm just saying.
A-R-A-D.
Arad.
Their name is Arad. It's you can find them in town now. Well, at least they were. I don't know if they would have left because of how things have played out. They certainly be watching. So, us being captured, me being captured in that alley, they would have known that. It's their job to know that. So if you talk to me, and then you go to them, it doesn't take an idiot.
is hard because this is one of those situations where we can't risk leaving it because they'll leave. But if we go straight there, then they'll know it's this guy.
The checkpoints in and out of the city, like the city's walled, or it isn't.
I would highly doubt that the syndicate would use checkpoints. This strikes me as they have ways in and out of the city.
So they would tell you, I mean, nothing like that, really. I mean, there's for entering and exiting the city, but not necessarily through the districts of the city, right? So they would say, they're staying at one of the finer inns in town. I'm not sure which one, but a hobgoblin named Arad. I'm sure there's not many of those around. I should say too
If
that
you were,
they being from Yovance, they would have an accent. I heard their accents. Obviously, Perrin is not the tongue that they use out there.
if you were to walk out of here, suppose they're watching or have somebody that is, and you were to return to wherever you've been living, think they'd come pay a visit?
Not them.
I'm okay.
Boss. Triss would lean in. The one I killed was their leader, right?
Yeah.
In the Barren Lands, they can do things, right? Things with the dead.
They can.
I've seen you do things that aren't normal. What if we got the information from him? It.
Scott, speak with dead. They need like to be intact, their head, right? So they can speak.
His skull.
The skull is intact, right?
You
got a hole in
have to put
Like-
that hammer back into the slot.
Yeah,
complete the
it's like
circuit.
it's Japan, sure, but like
Say,
it's still
you have to-
there.
You have to complete the circuit. It's like flicking a switch. Like, hold on.
You just hold it up on the end of the bike.
Grab like a $50, slide it in there.
I'm not saying we do anything funny, but we could take a look at the body and say that's what happened.
We could. That's arcane congress type magic, which it's not out of the ordinary for what's coming here, especially if we have the body brought into here or somewhere, you know what I mean? Somebody could put that together.
Also,
Although
Arcane Congress
it's
already
still-
has.
Yeah.
Sorry, go
It's
on.
still, if we talk or apprehend this person, which we must, then this man, like you said, they'll work it out. There are a few
He's
options
not-
that work here.
He's not a good bloke. He shot Carrick. But
But
someone was
family.
threatening his family.
What we could do is try and put safeguards in place for his family.
That's what I was about to say. Could we get people so because it's a difficult situation, just simply like get the family into custody first, work out a better way of protecting them later.
It is above our pay grade, but it is something we can definitely broach with our new commander.
Yeah, what if the Master of War sent spies of our own? – surely they must be capable.
let's discuss this not in present company.
Tris would turn around and get close enough and extend his hand to be handed the crossbow.
I give it one last, kind of like I'll change that phrasing. They'll crest their hand along it one last time, and then they'll put it back on the table and slide it over.
I'll ask the guard to put this somewhere safe.
Nods. Yep. You're not gonna lure them out. I know that if they came for me, it wouldn't be Arad themselves, because it has been my job in the past to go for someone else that was said to have tried to give away information. It's part of the cycle. We have to see what gets done to those that betray them. That way we understand what would happen to us if we did the same.
Were you always
Oh my God.
successful?
Jesus. He does not make eye contact.
Just say, were you always successful? No one got away?
Again, he doesn't make eye contact.
Okay.
You think that they can get to you in here?
He says, if gold isn't an object, you can get to anyone, anywhere. But more often than not, why pay gold when you can have other leverage?
If they kill you, they'll have no reason to hurt your family.
They
I
will
don't
have
know
reason.
if reason has to do with it.
Galen would
Once
say
again, it's sending
it's a
a
threat.
message to the
Yeah.
to the others.
Galen will turn to him and just say, if we can, we will do what we can to make sure that measures are in place to hopefully protect your family. We just need places, names.
No. You put measures in place, or whatever that even means, and they'll know.
He'll just nod.
I want you to think about something. You understand that we will do everything we can to ensure your safety and the safety of your family. However, if this syndicate is anything like you've described, you're as good as dead. But if before we act, we have the approval and the authority to take members of your family into protective custody, that might be their only hope. Think on it.
I'll think on it.
We're not acting yet.
Nods.
Tristan, I wonder if they'll put you in a bigger cell. Maybe one with a roommate.
Served my time now.
Oh, you actually served your time, have you?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
that
I'm
was
done.
officially the end of it. Yeah.
Ah, righto then. Well, then I wouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
Unless you want to go back to jail.
Actually,
Just
you
walk up to
still
the captain
owe
of the guard.
33 minutes and
Bang.
17 seconds. I was like, oh, I could use a nap.
Hmm.
Alright, well, I'll get up to make to leave.
Okay.
I'm trying to decide whether I want to leave Virgil here in case someone comes for him. What do you guys think?
The room we're in, can you describe it again, Scott? There's only one way in and out.
Yeah, there's one way in and out, but there's there's a window here for a light source during the day, but the window is small and it's barred, and it has almost like a small and barred, and it's like stone reinforced and whatnot, so it's not like somebody could easily get in and out. I mean, we're talking, when I say small, I mean if there weren't bars, a Hafue could slide in and out, but like a person couldn't. You know what I mean?
And that
Doesn't look
leads
like there's
directly to the
any
outside.
Huh?
possible.
Well,
Go, Tash.
that leads directly to the outside, right?
Yeah, for light. Just because burning torches or candles all
There'd
day is
be
expensive.
someone could just straight come by the air and shoot in.
I mean,
So this isn't where he's been
Glass and
kept. This
whatnot,
is an
but it's-
interrogation room.
That's right. You're right. Yeah. Never mind. My bad. You're right.
and again, they know it's an interrogation room, so they're not just like they leave an open window down a passageway that isn't guarded, so people could just sit there and listen or anything like it's like they know what this room is. There are appropriate safeguards in place. Are they impervious? No, by any stretch, obviously. But there are appropriate safeguards in place to make sure that this isn't just like, oh, anything said here is known elsewhere.
Yeah, I think it might be a good idea to leave Virgil here.
I mean,
At
what's
least-
Virgil going to do?
Nothing but tell us what's happening.
So the Stooges come to kill him. That's it.
Yeah.
By the time we get there, we're not going to stop it.
Leave Virgil where?
Yeah. I didn't have him stealth in this place watching him.
Oh, so stay inside the prison, but not necessarily this room.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
This room doesn't look like it could be have any. There'd be no reason for there to be hidden entrances into an interrogation room, right?
No. I mean, you're welcome
Yeah.
to do a perception check to search around first.
It just doesn't make sense because it'd have to be built like that, and nobody's gonna build in their own, fortress or whatever, a hidden entry into an interrogation room.
I don't think I will. I think you're right. That either they come from or they don't. I don't think we'd be able to stop
Like,
it.
worst case is-
Virgil will come with us.
Yeah, worst case is they then come for him and take Virgil.
That would be infuriating if they took him instead of killing him. Like
I mean,
Look,
most
the whole
things,
reason-
most things would want to destroy it because they wouldn't know what it is.
I know, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's why originally
Sure, but
I had
Imagine
the idea
one
of
guy's
someone
like, "Huh, I wonder whether this will sell," and just shoves it in his backpack.
you motherfucker.
It's just there for the 2 months that he's
I need
traveling
like
back to your
a
runs.
self-destruct button on him. Like
Oh my
strap
god, are
some
you
C4 to
suggesting
him?
that we strap C4 to Virgil? What the hell? I love it. I think we should do it. Like, that's right. The syndicate leadership's all gathered in one place for the night. Excellent. You just cast your fishing rod. Virgil just lowered down in there, and you just hear Virgil just shriek, and the room just goes.
Oh, it's horrible. And I love it.
Poor Virgil's like, "What can I do for you today, master?" You're like, "Well,
Put on this vest. Oh boy.
All right, so let's organize for this guy to be taken down to his cell.
Yeah,
I
Yeah, I mean, they
sometimes
do that.
imagine because that reforming thing. Imagine you send Virgil to do some task and he fails, and everybody always thinks Galen's this like super nice dude, but then he gets Virgil behind a closed door and he's like, "You failed me today." And he goes over, he's just like stomping out the crystal. Like this was like a little spider trying to get away. Like,
Oh no!
That's horrible.
You just hear Virgil being like, "No, I am sorry, master." Like Microsoft Sound voice.
There's a knock on the door. Tristan pops his head in. "Everything okay in here?" And he's like, "It is now."
Oh my god. Oh.
And then he pops a squat and just shits out a new one.
What is your obsession with the butt being related to Aegis so much?
Sorry, it's just
Just
funny
makes
that
sense.
you switch out the crystals. It's funny.
Ugh.
All right.
So the verdict, by the way, was that I am going to take Virgil with me. So
Okay.
I think we should go see the Master of War then.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
we
think
should.
this
I
is
know
a
he's
very
not
good
Master
thing.
of War anymore, but
We're gonna go see
I want to go down into the cells though.
Diamondback. We're gonna go see Zephyr Diamondback.
yeah, he doesn't like to be called Diamondback. I know. I'm on first name basis with him. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, if we need to do something else first, we can. But I do think this is like a go straight to him after this kind of situation.
Just
Seapo
out of
left,
character.
right?
Out of character,
Pardon,
quickly.
Jake? I didn't hear what you said.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I just said Seapo left, right?
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
because she was a real
be
pearl.
seen. Maybe we'll be seen this weekends though, because that campaign's playing this Saturday. I won't lie. I'm not looking forward to this weekend. I'm getting the booster shot Saturday morning, working all Saturday, have the Patreon campaign Saturday night, and then I'm working on Sunday.
You have made a mistake, my good sir. That booster shot has wrecked everyone I know who's gotten it.
Even Brittany had an effect. A lot of my family weren't really affected. But then some
I've
were
had my
really
third booster now, and the third one was absolutely fine. I was
Third
nothing.
booster,
Oh,
so you've had
nice.
5 shots.
Sorry, I've had my first vaccine, second vaccine, which is just a booster,
Yeah.
to be clear, and I've had my third vaccine.
Okay. I was like, what? But
Because the concept of the first
There you
two being the first one is a vaccination, right?
Yeah.
And then the second one is a booster. They're like, you need to have 2 to have adequate protection, but actually no, protection just fades. So you just need to have repetitive boosters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I was going to say is, how do we feel about maybe we just tell the Master of War and get like a spy network to get in dealing on this? Like, we've done our bit, we found names, right? I kind of I'm not a
this isn't our
spy.
responsibility to.
Yeah, I kind of feel
really
terrible. Like, Triss would feel terrible. This man is a bad man, right? He shot his horse, and
Yeah, but it's
but at the same
I
time,
think shooting his
he's
horse is like the least of the bad things he's done in his time.
no, it's pretty high.
Yeah. Anyway.
But
as a soldier,
then on the
there's
other
a
hand,
lot of blood in his hands.
but like
yeah.
then he's doing it to protect his family, and like Triss would just, you know what?
Yeah,
Triss likes it when
it's-
it's black and white, and
This
those
is not
guys
black
are
and
raiding
white,
the
yeah.
ships, and they're taking the stuff illegally and killing the people to take it. Triss likes that, you know, just run them down easy.
I
Right,
think this is something we bring up to the goddammit, not Master War, to Zephyr, and he can decide what happens from here. Did my camera go fucking yellow again? It did. God damn it.
I just assume it's because you were talking so much about Ilan recently.
It's just, this camera has a mind of its own. I swear. My favorite thing is when it randomly zooms in, because it does that too.
I
I did nothing. I did nothing.
saw it just jumped below. You gotta work on your camera the way Jake does. You gotta get that Greek glow going for you. You know what I'm saying? You gotta.
I just don't have good lighting in here, and I have this light, but it's like too bright, so I need to work out a better way of doing lighting.
I mean, when I had the bad, like the more or less just plain old top-down lighting before, it just made my forehead all like extra shiny more than it already
Yeah,
is.
that's
you know.
that's the issue I'm running into.
Yeah, it was like blinding the
How,
camera with shininess.
How
I
big
need
is
to
the
set
cell
up
block?
like a light up there.
What's up, Jake? What did you say?
How big is the cell block?
The actual like downstairs,
Yeah.
decent size. Why? It's just not
Just
one
so
room.
famous.
It's not one room. It's multiple rooms, right?
How many cells?
again, it's not one room; it's multiple rooms, and they also have the solitary area as well, which is a couple of, again, solitary rooms. So it's kind of like when you go down to the basement. There's going to be a group of cells down this end of the hallway, a group of cells down at that end of the hallway, and then there's going to be like the individual ones line up opposite where the doorway down was. But then also in that would kind of like take up the spot. What's up, Jake?
All right. Well, in his section where he is, I want to look for any secret things,
So
any
you wanna-
hidden things.
So
I can help with
let's
that.
let's do this play by play before you go and just assume you're searching down there, right? So you guys come out of there, and before you can just go downstairs, you have to speak to the captain of the guard, right? And you know that he works evenings because that's how you've bumped into him the past couple nights. So you come out and you go to speak to him, and he'll be like, "So how'd everything go?"
Still going.
Nods. Yeah.
We need this one locked up for the night as well. We'll probably hit it fresh in the morning.
Nods. Any more leads? Anyone else you're going after? There were more that got away. You said, right?
I think there was 2 others that got away.
Let me think. That one, and then
6 all up. We've got 3. One's dead. There's 2 more at large.
I have people out looking for him, seeing if I can get any rumors, but nothing so far.
Check.
Maybe they were smart
Yeah,
enough
we
to.
only 3. You're right.
Maybe they're smart enough to get out of town.
Let's hope they're not that smart.
Raises an eyebrow. No. I know what you meant by that. Sorry, I was confused for a second. Now I get it. He said something not that smart. He nods and says, "Yeah, well, it's always bad when investigation hits a dead end. So, like you said, get your rest, have a couple eggs in the morning, go back at it. Sometimes it just takes days to get them to crack."
Yeah. You have a bit more experience than me in that matter.
Nods.
Do you mind if I go back down to the cells? Probably I'll accompany this guy with you. I need to check on the other one as well.
Sure. Something wrong with the other one? Or you're just hoping that
Yeah,
he's,
I operated on him, remember?
Oh, yeah. It's been an interesting day.
Yeah.
Feels like it's been a month, honestly. More. He's like, hopefully he's stabilized.
Oh, I do good work, so he should be.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Sure. No, that's not a problem. You should be able to head down there.
Thank you.
Yeah. If he lets me follow, I'll come help look. If not, I'll stay up. I don't want to interrupt if he doesn't let me follow.
One of the other guards will go and go with you guys to open down there. As you guys are walking over, the captain will look at Tristan and say, "I assume you've had enough time down there."
While I've enjoyed your hospitality, I rather think I'm in need of a hot bath.
Are you gonna find one of those around here?
Yes, well, thankfully, I've got my gold back, so I'm sure I'll find someone who'll be willing to oblige. Look,
Check and make sure it's all there.
Tris would have to get out, and can he help Tris count it? Because we've got quite a lot of coin here to count, haven't we?
Remember,
Oh
that's
no,
credit.
Tris doesn't have much gold to count actually. I think.
Yeah, this is all credit.
Let's see.
Oh, you found.
He's got 5 gold pieces and 2 silver. Is it all there?
5 gold pieces and 2 silver. You said.
Yeah.
You find 5 copper pieces and 2. No, I'm just kidding. You find. Yeah, it's all there.
You motherfucker.
Yes, actually. Look, I wanted to apologize again. I wasn't myself that night. Thank you.
He nods and says, "Yeah, it's I'll finish forgiving you when I can talk normal again," because he has got a bit of a nasally tone.
Well, when you can drink and breathe, let me know and I'll buy you something.
He'll give kind of like an appreciative nod, and then I'll, end of conversation, turn and walk away, right? And you might want to, you probably go wait out right outside the building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't feel
Fresh
like he'll add anything.
It's nice fresh air or whatever. All right, you guys go down. I assume you immediately head over to check out the cell where this guy's gonna be.
Yep.
Cool.
What's your perception, Jake?
Well, you
Don't
go
worry about that, Tash.
when you go to the cell.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. Don't have to worry. So
You don't
my
have
help
to
was
worry,
not
my
needed.
friend. That's appreciated.
Okay.
What were you gonna say, Scott?
I said you go to the cell C air, and you go to check it out. It's inside the same one of the areas that have the other. It doesn't have that other person that you operated on before inside of it, but it's in the one opposite the hall.
Oh my God, you're right. Yeah, you really didn't need my help.
Yeah, I just want to look over the place. You know what I'm saying?
So there are other prisoners that are inside here, and you look around, and no secret doors or anything like that around. It's nothing. You don't check the presence. You don't check the number of them. You don't check the location. There are no secret doors here.
All right. All right. So there's nothing there. Then we would leave, I guess. After I check on my patient.
Yeah.
As
So
well.
you go check on the other one. Hold on. I just realized what Xylemo said like ages ago in chat. Lurking because I haven't updated. It's comment 20 minutes ago. I just noticed it. So you go over there to check on your other patients, and it seems like they're sleeping, but I assume you go check on their wounds.
Yep.
Yeah. So you go in there. You can go ahead and roll me your heal check or whatever it is that you use. Yeah, they're not breathing. There's no pulse.
What?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, the syndicate got to him.
Okay.
Which is a good thing that you didn't tell the guard captain anything.
Yeah. All right. So I am going to. I guess I'm gonna start. Like, is he savable at all? Like, I'm gonna start trying.
It seems like you go to start trying because it's one of those things where your character's not like super emotional, you're more logical. So with a 27 for your check there, you're like, what the hell? You just feeling their temperature. This probably happens a bit ago, at least half an hour ago.
Yeah. Okay, autopsy. You're gonna remove that body.
You gotta
out of here.
but you're not gonna do it in here.
I assume he would say
Nope.
that like he's dead. I'm gonna. So are you doing the autopsy here now, or are you taking
No.
it?
I swear.
No.
Okay.
We're gonna have to
Okay, I
take
was
it, but
gonna say-
I'm gonna say to Gallant straight away. I'm gonna say he's being killed. He's been murdered.
Yeah. So I'm with that. I'm going to run up. I would. Well, do you actually? That's what you want me to tell the captain.
Not yet.
Okay.
Get
I'm just
Tristan back
gonna-
in here.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up while I'm going to get Tristan. I'm paying attention to everyone I see. I want to like think about who's here, who's
I want
around.
both of you guys to go ahead and roll me a bluff check because another guard did lead you down, and that way you can kind of like play it cool, so they're not like, what happened? Because if you guys play it cool, then they're just going to assume that you're treating their wounds and whatever it is, and they won't bother you. They won't raise any alarm.
That was a roller coaster of emotion. That roll.
Yeah, it was all over the map. Anyways, that's
Yeah.
pretty solid. That's pretty solid with just this
Yeah.
guard who's not fully paying attention. He's just led you down there, waiting for you to finish
Yeah.
up. So he goes back up. He knows you're going to be working on the guy. So you go walking back
Smart.
upstairs. You try to take a look at whoever might happen to be here.
Yeah. So can I?
Don't
roll
forget,
for
I
it?
have. I also can still see invisibility, Scott. So if anything's a little odd at all, just let me know.
You still have what?
See invisibility.
Did you cast that?
Yeah.
Oh,
I told you.
oh,
You
'cause
did.
you
Casted
you
just
cast.
before we left the room.
Oh, because
Not
my
live.
apologies. I thought you cast invisibility before.
Scott's like,
Oh.
oh shit! I probably should have
No,
told you about the invisible guy in the
No, no,
interrogation
no.
room.
Because of the way that my I have multiple windows open because one slightly overlayers the other one. I just saw the word invisibility, but I can see divination 10 minutes per level like I should have known, but I just saw the word invisibility. Because I
Please
just
tell me
see
there was no
go
one in the
Metahina.
interrogation room with us, which is what I was looking for.
Nobody was in the interrogation room with you though.
Okay.
So
As soon as I get within 30 feet of Tristan, like at the front of the building, Tristan's gonna hear in his head, what did we get the name of the first guy?
you did. I don't have it in front of me at the moment, but you did.
Okay.
You know,
Such and
2
such is
months
dead.
ago.
So, he's been killed in his cell. Viggo is gonna do an autopsy. Come in. We need to figure out what's going on.
Tris would sigh and head back inside the jail.
Yep. You're in here for a little longer. Sorry.
The captain would look at you and say, "Back so soon." As he's like literally just doing something else, and you happen to be walking by, and he notices you there, so he just makes like
These
a
guys
funny comment.
aren't very good at carrying things.
Shrugs.
Gallon's gonna
Doesn't say anything
guilty.
else.
Do they have a medical wing here?
No, no.
Okay.
You were the medical wing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I just treated the guy in the cell.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if they had
No.
another actual part.
No.
All right.
So you head down downstairs, Tristan, and the other guard sees you kind of come in there. There's now 3 of you down there, so it's kind of like crowds up the space a bit. So he hangs back in the hallway as opposed to being in the room with the other people. And Jake, what were you doing the whole while that what's his face is gone?
Well, I'm checking on the guy. Like, I'm not going to hide that the guy has died, but I'm not outright telling. You know what I mean? So I'm looking over things, like seeing if there's any, stuff that wasn't there before on his
Evidence of what
person.
might
But I'm
have killed
also looking around. You know what I mean? Judging even the guard that's down here.
Yep, but also
anyone that's down here.
There are the prisoners. So when you're like sitting there and the guy's not reacting to the fact that you're working on him, he goes, "Is he all right? He looks a bit gray." This is one of the other prisoners.
Viggo looks up and he says, "Did somebody else come and work on him?"
Shakes his head. Another one looks over and goes, no one else tortured him the way you did. Because obviously they heard the screams that night.
Yeah.
They're like looking
All
at
right,
you like you're some sort of demon. They're like,
I need to sense motive them.
sure.
Yeah.
Bad roll.
Oof.
You don't get anything off of them.
Oof.
Yep.
Aside from, basic fear.
Right. Yeah. Well, then, what about the guard? Does he seem to be paying?
Wasn't really
Close
paying
attention or
wasn't
any of
really
that
paying
stuff?
attention. They have other
Yeah,
responsibilities, so they just happen to be down there.
I very much would be sense moting everyone in the building that I come across while I was up the top.
I mean,
And when I come back down here now.
people are just doing their jobs up there, same as any other time we've come in.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So you guys come back down. Like I said, they got other guards, like, definitely keeps a wide berth because you take up so much space now. And Tristan, you come walking in. You look over. Yeah, this guy looks a little gray.
He's dead. Tristan, I don't think these other 2 are going to last till we go and speak with the whatever he was. I can't remember.
Arad?
No.
No,
The
no,
Master of War.
Zephyr.
That's not
Zephyr.
Master of War anymore. Yeah.
Until we speak with Zephyr, yeah.
Tristan looks
Yes.
sad but shrugs.
Yeah, with that, Viggo says, I do need your help, though. He kind of nods at the body.
Gallon's just going to look over and just want me to tell them now.
Go and tell the guard captain that this one has perished, and we're taking his body for autopsy.
Do you want to say anything more than that? Just straight that
Nope.
he's died. Got it. And I will go.
That's the fact. He just says that's the facts.
Yeah, I know. I was basically saying, yeah, because I for one know that for a fact it wasn't you that did this. Yeah. So I won't say anything more than what you told me to. Then I'll head off to the guard captain, and just.
Just roll the body up in the blanket, I guess.
Yeah. This the blah 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 name, I can't remember what it was.
Yep.
Has perished.
What? Did he go septic again?
Dead by the time we got there.
Oh shit.
We're gonna take the body for an autopsy.
A what?
I would know what an autopsy is, right?
I mean, autopsies are uncommon, but like the concept
I guess
of autopsies
being around him, I probably would know.
Yeah, I mean, autopsies aren't a common thing by any stretch.
Then I would just say, determine what killed him.
Is this like a magic?
He was fairly injured, so yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I can let you take the body though. There's no protocol for letting a body go with the group of you. If he died inside the cell, there's rules for how that's supposed to be handled. We have to try to contact his next of kin to see how it is that they want it handled, and if it's not appropriately done, he'll just be buried. It'll just be done as appropriate in accordance with faith for Kraleen and Martyr. Or Kraleen and Aravel.
So, do you have somewhere here that we could do an autopsy then?
I'm not sure what that entails.
Surgery on a dead body, basically.
You cut open the dead body?
The only way to figure out what killed him.
Well, isn't that desecration, though?
I don't know her religions.
I mean, like, I don't know if you're supposed to be cutting open dead bodies like that. That sounds wrong.
I forget what your rank is. It's been
He's
a
captain.
while since we. He's BT. No. This is me talking about.
yeah.
So BT is Viggo. The BT will be up in a second. You can. He knows more about this than I do.
Yeah, he nods and says, something like that, I would definitely need to get authority for it. That sounds strange to me.
How do we start the process?
Oh, well, I guess we come up.
Yeah, I assume that would get up by now because there's not.
I mean,
not that far away.
Tris has like a big bundle of blanket in his arms that's quite clearly people shaped.
Yeah.
Oh, the other guard wouldn't have let you take him upstairs yet. He'd be like, whoa, what are you doing? And when you mention that the person's dead, they'd be like, hold on, whoa. You can't just take that out of here. You can't. I mean, he's that needs to stay. You're gonna have to talk to the captain.
In that case, then if they don't come up, I would say I would bring the captain.
I would come up.
He'd come up. He'd just leave the body there. Then he's not going to drag it out.
Yeah, I imagine you wrap blankets on it and prepped it for for movement or wherever.
Yeah.
Also, just to cover it up. And you guys go up with the captain and be like, as you guys come up the stairs, you're having a conversation with Galen. He'd be like, let's go into my office, and lead you over. It's like a pretty small room. Like it's for the four of you to be in there. It's uncomfortable, especially how beefy Tristan is. It's a pretty small room, but he goes in. There's enough room to shut the door, and you're all standing inside there. This wouldn't be COVID protocols, but we're okay at this point. So he's like, "What the fuck happened?"
Seems he died in the last half an hour or so.
And you trying to take the body?
Yeah, so if Viggo would obviously know the protocols because that how he learned was obviously in his academy and things. They practiced on cadavers,
Yeah,
you know,
of course,
before
absolutely.
live people.
Yeah.
So
But
he'd start explaining the process
But
of
also,
how
vivisectionalism is a fairly uncommon thing. That's why it's
Yeah.
in all things it's seen as being strange and bizarre, especially with what abilities they inevitably get,
Yeah.
right? But
the Vigo starts explaining to him, and he says, "If I can learn how or why he died, I can stop it from happening in the future." And then he'll like Vigo being Vigo goes into a lot, starts giving a long-winded speech about how, to learn how to, save people more or less, you need to know how they died and how to fix it and blah 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 blah.
so,
But if he goes on about paperwork, he'll say, "Yeah, we file the necessary. I'll file the necessary paperwork." Blah 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 blah.
At some point, Gallon would say, "His work has brought me back from the brink before."
he nods as this is like several minute explanation leading up into the question with a several minute explanation. It's kind of like you just try to like bore him with information, right? Like which works.
Boring to Vigo. Vigo thinks it's quite thrilling.
Yeah. Listen, as somebody who likes to get nerdy and over-explain things and watch the light behind people's eyes fade, I'm very familiar. So, sometimes it's worth it to keep going, though. Like, I don't care. Anyways.
Once you started, you don't stop.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You
Yeah.
see it through.
Yeah, right? Exactly. Like, I want to see your leg twitch. So,
Oh my god.
He's just like, just get the paperwork in order. Give me the order that you can take it, and you can take the body. That's fine. I owe nothing to this person. He's a someone who a criminal who attacked you on the streets. It's fine, but I need to have the appropriate paperwork for this. And does the body eventually come back? Am I going to get it in pieces? Like, I'll stitch it back together.
Yeah, what do you say to that?
Parts.
Yeah, well,
Assume-
there's probably a protocol which Vigo is familiar with where he like learned, right? So whatever that protocol is, more or less, like they dispose of the body or they'll hand it over when it's finished, whatever.
The appropriate burial will be handed as needed. You know what I mean? That's fine.
Yeah.
So more or less, you just need to get the appropriate authority for this, which you would just have to go to your commander to get the authority to do so.
We got to be quick then.
Okay. So you guys go ahead to head over to the commander.
Yeah, we probably.
Okay.
I mean,
it doesn't
the other
take
guys
long.
die, they die. What are you gonna do?
It doesn't take long for you to get there. You know what I mean? Like you can get to the commander pretty quickly. It is the evening, as I said before, it's nighttime, whatever. So when you get to go speak to the commander, obviously it's going to be a bit of an urgent situation. Now, if I remember correctly, the commander is currently being held up into a hotel room because they don't have a spot quite just yet. Because that's, I think, where you met with them last time. So when you go,
I don't think we met with them on this end of it yet. I think we got told it was them, and that was it. we haven't met with them.
Oh, that's right. Because I think you got here faster than they did.
Jovencia.
Yeah, we've not met him yet.
Yeah, but C Pearl hasn't officially left yet because you just spoke to her yesterday.
Oh, okay.
I thought she had left. If she hasn't left, we would.
Yeah, you
report
go to
to her.
you go to C Pearl because it's one of those things that should be gone in the next couple of days. You know, so
okay, then we would go to C
We're
Pearl.
going to report to C Pearl.
So you go to C Pearl to inform of the situation, and she again middle of the night. So when she sees you again in the middle of the night, this time she's actually
Not too late.
Yeah, she's up. She's dressed.
It's night, but it's not like 3 a.m.
Yeah. No, not like last time. Yeah, she's up. She's dressed. She's handling the final details of getting out of there. You can see that the house is once again, it's all covered in the sheets and et cetera, blah, blah, blah. So when she comes to the door, or she comes to where you're waiting, she says, I suppose I should, I'd be growing accustomed to this if I wasn't leaving. 1 second.
We also need to, your SC invisibility is still up, right?
No, that's only 10 minutes per level.
Can you cast it again?
I can, but I can't. If that makes sense, I need to save it if I'm going to do this autopsy.
That's fine. Yep, that's perfectly fine. Then I'm just going to be on hyper vigilance, and we're going to make sure no people are outside the room when we're having this conversation, stuff like that. Is what Galen's going to be doing, including like no servants outside the room even.
That's fine. So, what do you guys say?
I assume we tell her everything, do we?
Yeah.
You.
Yeah,
we
Viggo has a
could
written
jump-
report.
no,
We could jump cut through that.
We trust her, but do we
Yeah.
want to tell her everything for her safety? If she's going
Yeah,
off to a war front near Yavance, this is the perfect opportunity for if they find out or believe she knows something.
I
think
guess that's going to be said on the way over then. I'm going to have this conversation.
Sure, you guys can chat about that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I imagine
well, yes,
you're having
Triss
it
brings that
because
up.
You guys can have this conversation in your heads, right?
They can't reply
Through
to me.
Galen.
Mm.
Oh, we can't reply
I-
to you.
Yeah, they can't reply to me unless I'm in my crystal suit with Miss. Oh no, missive is also one way. No, all of the talk from me is I can talk quiet, like silently, but they would have to open reply.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Well, are you a high wisdom character?
I'm okay, wisdom.
Never mind. You guys have your conversation as you go.
I mean, as I said, I would be being hyper vigilant. So,
I mean, this all depends on if Triss brings this up before we get
Yeah,
there.
Triss would.
Yeah.
We know that this person's just been killed in a prison, which is a relatively secure environment. Sure, this person couldn't defend themselves, but there are literally guards around to prevent people coming in and out, and therefore either corruption or skill has taken place. This Sea-Pearl is being sent off to the front. And so Triss would say, Sea-Pearl, maybe it's safer for her if we don't tell her about the syndicate. I trust her. But she's going off to war. The last thing she needs is her soldiers having their families threatened.
She's our commander for now.
I think we trust that she can handle herself. I would be replying in your heads just because I can. So, just for sake. I think we tell her everything.
If that's what Viggo thinks is best.
When we start hiding things from our command, that's when treason gets turned on us.
We're not hiding things. She's leaving in a couple of days. There's no purpose in telling her.
Who are we to decide that purpose?
We could tell Zephyr, and if he thinks it's knowledge she needs, he can send a letter. But I doubt he would.
Understand that the danger behind it. I also think it's dangerous not knowing it. And they could be operating anywhere near her as well. She is a... What is she? She's a BC as well? No, not a BC, sorry. Where's the... I can't remember
you're
her
gonna-
rank, but she's high.
She's got one of those. She got that like half promotion. Give me a
Yeah.
second, I got it right here.
I
It
think I
is
have it written down.
Battle commander.
Yep.
She's a battle commander, and well, I assume she has the appropriate protections in place. And if they do get to her, then it just goes to show how widespread this really is.
if they get to a point this is once again in the head. If since I'm talking in the head, I can say things like plainly. If the syndicate get to a point where they believe that we have told her, they will go after her anyway. If we go straight to her after the prison like we are, might as well tell her, I think. They're going to assume we did, if that is their line of thinking.
Chris would shrug.
It is noble of you.
I agree, but
Okay.
All right.
So flash forward. It's a good thing I'm getting transferred out of here. Otherwise, I feel as though I'd be growing accustomed to these late night visits.
Well, things move fast. And while you're still here,
She kind of holds up a hand and says, "You have a dogged look to you that is very unusual for the three of you. What's happened?"
I've seen him looking more dogged, actually.
She's gonna hear in her head. Everyone's gonna
Viggo
hear it, but,
looks at you with like the sharpest look.
she's gonna hear in her
Funny,
head.
I just got that.
She's gonna hear in her head. We need complete privacy.
She nods and says, "Let's head to my office, or what's left of it." And you head upstairs. Or, not upstairs, down the hall, wherever it is. And her office is completely empty. It's a desk that's covered with a sheet, or a linen, whatever. And a chair covered with a linen. And the other chairs have already been moved out.
This isn't a sitting conversation, I don't think.
This is depressing.
I would very much do the whole look around the room, look outside the window, look outside the door before shutting it, that sort of thing.
Yep.
And then nod to, if it's clear, I'd nod to Viggo. Actually, you would hear in your head, Viggo, do you want me to say it since I can say it quietly?
You read my mind. He smiles at you.
I'm gonna basically explain everything that happened. First of all, I explain that you're hearing this in your head, not out loud, because of how sensitive this is. And then I would explain everything that we found, everything that happened.
Viggo would also tell you to ask if we can get autopsy, body papers.
I would include the fact that we need paperwork for an autopsy in the explanation of what happened.
That's not a problem. So you give all these details to her. Conveying it in words, images, emotions. Et cetera,
Actually,
et
it's
cetera.
straight telepathic speech for
Cool.
Virgil. Yeah.
So it's just when it's the other one. Gotcha. And
Yeah, I'm the one that gets the sense and images from Virgil, but he can telepathically speak with anyone.
Yep. All right. Cool. So either way, you send those the information over to her, so she gets all explanation of how, like, what had transpired, and so she responds saying, first and foremost, you of course have authority to do the autopsy. This is red tape, because we're still changing the times. Things like autopsies are seen as strange or foreign to those that don't understand modern medicine, but you of course have authority to do so. I want to know how they were killed. Inside of a prison? Maybe they weren't. Maybe it's a coincidence. Knowledge is power in this. As for the involvement of the Syndicate, this is concerning. If this is, in fact, the Syndicate, which I have heard of before and have been briefed on, heading west, if they are acting, then anybody else who is not inside that building is not safe. The others that were free, those are dead ends. The question is
information about the specific name we got of the hobgoblin.
The Arad.
Yeah.
She nods and says, as for this Arad that you've mentioned, I'm not going to pursue this. This is beyond the scope of what I'm going to be able to assist in or handle when I'm heading out west. You're going to have to pursue that on your own here. if I may make a suggestion, I would do this pursuit prior to your new commander coming into place. I would do that because that makes it so that you are a step removed from the the River King. Last thing you want to do is have any involvement of the River King in what it is that you're looking into. Either that or leave it alone here. I'm also somebody that wants to chase things down to the end. But sometimes that chase can be more dangerous than the reward be worth. They were retaliating to something that you had uncovered back west. Well, let's find out exactly what it was that you uncovered, rather than who it is here, whatever piece on the board is moving. We know that the person that you irritated isn't going to be this A-Rod, right? She says, as she can clearly see like the frills coming up on you guys, like, but. She says,
I agree. I want to leave it alone. I want to drop it.
But she says, we know that clearly the person you irritated wasn't this A-Rod. They're receiving orders to do as needs to be done, and they certainly can give you more information to pursue. But how high up the chain do you go?
Well, one thing to note, they were asking why we were in Jovincia and not in Jovance. They didn't seem to know that we'd been in Jovance, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Or
so
didn't
whatever
care.
we discovered was in Jovincia.
Mm-hmm.
It could have been what I discovered, or it could have been the fact that we were in the tunnels, the sewers.
I'd lean more likely on what you discovered. However, BC, what is our task? We were attacked and we were told to investigate. This is what we've come up with. I agree with you. I think that pursuing this person won't really get us anywhere. So what is our task now? Are we doing something different? Do you want us working on something else?
Finish
No,
the
we're about to have a
autopsy.
new commander.
Finish the autopsy. It would be unusual if you didn't go about things the way you normally would. Including it would be unusual if you didn't come to me to ask for permission for this. Go through the motions as you normally would, but perhaps don't go turning any more stones than you necessarily need to.
Will do. And of the prisoners inside, we're just to let them be taken care of.
I will draft a recommendation of additional guard, considering that the sensitivity of the situation, but we can't do too much more than that. Unfortunately, they've chosen their path, and if this happens to come and take them, then they will have to be considered casualties. I'd rather that not be the case. I'd rather justice be seen out, and if they had the opportunity to craft a new life after serving their time, that would be better off. But this is unfortunately something greater than punishing a single individual.
If they're seen to have not cooperated, it might save their families.
Maybe. I hope so. Make sure that you give the full report as you would with what it was that you had discovered or have discovered. Oh, well, this is not what I expected to be my last day here. Well, last night here. I'll be leaving tomorrow evening. I will see if there are any details that can be uncovered while I'm over to the west. If there's anything that I can uncover based off of what you've reported beforehand, I will send you that information. Perhaps this is something that we can reapproach again in the future. But for now, I'm trying to memorize all the captains' names.
You understand. Salute.
Yep. Yeah, Gallon would salute as well.
Be safe, the three of you. This is no laughing matter. Not just because there are unfortunately bodies piling up, but also there's much at stake, at least for two of you.
It's been an honor.
Ma'am, I have a mother and a father. They live in a small farm. Not really a farm. Small holding.
She nods, waiting to see if you say any more.
Family comes first. That said, I want to serve Paradel as best I can. Apparently, the syndicate gets to people via their families. Leverage. Is there anything that can be done?
She shakes her head and says, if we did anything with your family right now, that would tip your hand. As I said, two of you have something to lose. I think, fortunately here, Viggo Medahina is separated from that. He doesn't have a family. He's by law not allowed to have a family. He's not even allowed to communicate with his family. So, in theory, he should have a degree of safety.
Once she says that, Galen would say, threatening my family isn't really a threat.
She shakes her head at you and says, you're still young, Galen. That very well may change, and you don't realize what you've lost. And then she'll kind of like somewhat subtly give like a gentle head nod towards Viggo until you've lost it.
Oh, she was a Medahina too. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
And then she says, go make wise decisions. Be careful with the words that you choose to share. Be careful with where you step. The ire of the syndicate should pass. You've somewhat been roped up, but there's no reason for them to pursue. This might already be being buttoned off. If you were the concern, I think they would already be taking actions against you. I might be wrong in this situation. This is not my expertise. I'll see what I can find out.
Thank you.
And you guys will leave. And where you going?
Let's take the paperwork over.
She gives you paperwork or whatever, yep.
Yeah. So we're going to do the autopsy.
Yep. So you head back over to the
You guys
to the prison.
don't have to come if you don't want to. You can get
Galen's
some sleep.
coming.
Tristan,
Galen
do
is
you
very
go
much
back to the
coming.
prison, or do you go to your inn?
I'll come back to the prison.
You guys go back in, and you go see the captain of the guard. So you walk up to him, and he looks at you guys and says, "You guys act fast. It's already been taken care of, and it's waiting for you."
Already been taken care of?
Yeah, I got your orders a little bit ago. We already had the body moved to the suggested location.
Okay, so I never did that, did I? I never sent no orders. So I say, I never sent no such orders.
Yeah, I got them right over here. Of course you did. He comes over and looks it up, and everything's all situated, so on and so forth, and it's signed C Pearl. At the bottom.
All right. Well, I produced the other one, and I'm like, seems
Where does it
seems
say
you were
on
duped.
the?
Hon,
Where does it?
you put it side by side. Go ahead and roll me a linguistics check, Jake, because I know you have that.
Where does it say on their paperwork to take it?
1 second.
Okay.
If I'm gonna study, if I can study this, all right, I want to be able to add modifiers to it.
Depends on how much time you want to spend, buddy.
Look, I want to spend all of give me a sec. Look, I'm just going to take some stuff out of my little alchemist satchel and do one of these. And I'm gonna roll with advantage, more or less, while I'm studying this.
Okay, cool. Yeah, awesome.
Okay. Where's linguistics there?
We know which one you're taking.
24.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, did you want to modify the 24, or are you happy with it as it says?
I'll modify, but I don't know if we have a lot. Oh,
Nice.
So 26. You can see how good of a forgery this is. Like, the phrasing is almost perfect. Her signature is almost perfect. I mean, granted, if you, Jake, were to sign a piece of paper 15 times in a row, it's not going to be the same each time. But you can see...
Chat can't see rolls. Just
Huh?
letting you know.
What?
Chat can't see the rolls, apparently.
Why can't they see the rolls? Oh, because it scrolled up from when I looked at detect secrets earlier. That's why.
Yeah. Sorry, just wanted to let you know.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So anyways, you can see where the perfect whatchamacallit is. What's one of the, you can see like the signature and how it's off and whatnot. You can see how everything is ever so slightly off, but otherwise this is a perfectly passable forgery. It's one of the ones where you can't even be mad at the captain for not seeing the difference, because it's a really good forgery. And it actually suggests specifically bringing it to a temple of Lady Aravel, because there you would have downstairs. There's a location where they would do body prep and whatnot. So there's actually a location you can go to and have it taken care of.
It's done. There's no getting that body back. Yep. So yeah, he points it out to the guard captain. And he says this is a remarkable forgery. Viggo has little lenses, and he is pointing things out, and he even puts it to almost to the guard captain's eye while he's looking over, and he's pointing. Seems you were duped by the best. Although,
who the hell would want this body?
rival doctor.
That's like the
it's
worst
the
line.
those in the medical field snatching bodies.
Let me just roll
Damn
a
you
block check.
again, Dr. Jekyll!
Yeah, Triss would
God.
be straight face. You just hear a guffaw from Triss, and then silence again.
We could go with it, but I would not have said that. I was doing that for complete humor.
Yeah. Minus 20 bluff. Yeah, I think we can just say that. I could say
he would
just
just
head. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Viggo would say, I don't know. It seems odd that the order came from Sipo when we were just there. Signatures are different. Maybe it was the temple that wanted it. He'll just shake his head and say, it's done now. And he'll just bid the guard captain a good night.
He says, hey, hold up. Is this something I should be concerned about?
This is something you should not be concerned about. Understand?
I'm the captain of the guard.
And good man.
Kind of shakes his head a bit and says, I Listen, usually I don't get too all worked up about bodies, but I just came. We got 2 notices sending it to different locations. Oh, one to release it to you, one to have it delivered elsewhere. What the hell's going on?
You followed your orders, Captain.
He looks.
Good night.
He's like, so when you say good night, you guys like trying to leave. He goes, "That's what you leave me with." Well, I guess I'll be filing a formal complaint to Sea Pearl as you guys walk out. You say anything else?
I would actually say that's probably a good idea.
Oh, all right.
Triss will turn around and say, lean in towards his ear and say, "Don't take this any further." And then look him in the eye for a couple of seconds, pat him on the shoulder, little peck on the cheek. And then can I just trot down and see if the other guy's still alive? Am I allowed?
You gotta go. So do you ask
Take
somebody
the
that?
guards
Because the
down.
door's locked. So
I mean, he's in his cell, right? Though, but
that's
like,
downstairs.
there's a viewing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's like a lock to go down there, I think, isn't
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
Oh,
It's
is there?
a
Oh.
stairwell? Yeah, it's not like
Yeah, we
it's
need to
open.
have a guard take us down, essentially.
Yeah, sure. I'd ask.
Has a guard to go downstairs, and the guard would kind of like look to the captain to see if to let you back downstairs. He's just kind of like, maybe it's best that you guys just get out of here, huh?
Couldn't have said it any better.
Galen nods at him.
He looks
I'm
rather.
gonna get that.
He looks rather
Can I go-
cross.
Can I go get that crossbow from the evidence locker?
He's dead anyway. He doesn't need that. I want a
It's fucked
crossbow.
up, Neil. Fucked up, Neil. So you guys leave without the crossbow. Chick's like, I knew I shouldn't have handed it to you.
Did we have to, without doing it, was I supposed to report the results of my autopsy to CPO before she left?
The body wasn't there.
I know, but I suppose she said drop it. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I drop it. I don't talk to her about the forgery. Nothing then. I have the 2 papers. That's it.
What do you guys do at this point?
We go to sleep. Hope I don't die in my sleep.
I'm gonna go have a bath.
Where do we stay here?
I assume it was a barracks.
Or an inn?
I guess we got a choice.
I love the flaky
Barracks
parts that
probably
fall off
doesn't have a
the croissant.
bath.
Okay, stay at the inn.
Yeah.
I'm going to the barracks. Fuck this.
Oh, I thought you wanted a bath.
Yeah, they have baths at the barracks.
Not a hot bath.
Of course you do.
Would they? Scott?
Gallon. What you don't understand is there's 3 ranks of soldiers underneath me. They have hot baths.
And when he says 3
Fair
rank,
enough.
he means they rank.
Okay, then we probably should go to the same
See,
place.
the joke there
wherever we go.
was there was a play on words because rank also means smelly. Oh, sorry, I was meant.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you guys want to go to the inn, Triss will come to the inn. But you're paying.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go to the inn.
Yeah. Actually, probably best to go to the inn anyway because it's separated from.
You know, nothing bad ever happens at or say directly outside inns.
But it's more. I think we personally have more control over what happens here. I think.
So,
Fine. I'll just brain a couple more assassins, don't worry.
you guys
Um.
go to bed.
Viggo will. It'll take him a while because he'll just be looking over the different forgeries and how good it
We've-
is and thinking about things, but he'll eventually go to sleep.
Galen would suggest that in like their heads that we, even though we're sleeping in an inn, we should set up that one of us is awake at all times. So like essentially have sleeping shifts, like we
have
would
a
if
good
we were
night,
camping.
mate. Fine.
You can wake up last if you wish, if you really need to sleep now.
I have been in prison.
Yes. Galen will take the middle then, and then I guess Viggo can continue looking over the stuff for a little bit. Does that work, Viggo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you don't know is Viggo drinks
That's fair.
on watch. He does. Well, he's not really on watch, but one of us is supposed to be awake. But
He's
he's
fucking
drinking.
cracking himself chain
As long as
solos.
one of us
just
is
like
awake,
Chain solos.
it's not the best protection, but at least if one of us is awake, there's a chance of us hearing something.
Yeah.
All right, give me 1 second. I'm just looking at
They can't like simultaneously go for us all three without one of us knowing, that sort of thing. Anyway, so that's what we're doing.
What was the order of sleeping again?
Viggo awake first, then Galen, then Triss.
Okay, give me 1 second.
So Galen's breaking up his thing. Now, luckily, sorry, Triss, I'm gonna also set up Virgil in Viggo's room. If Viggo's okay with that.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
So when you guys are middle of the night, so it's one of those things where you two are able to sleep, no problem. I do need a perception check from specifically Tristan, though.
You guys read the rules on garrotting? Because you're about to experience them.
Oh no!
I'm
tired. I'm sleeping like a fucking log.
Well, yeah. It was like me this morning. Like you woke up earlier than you wanted to. You're feeling kind of groggy.
Oh fuck!
Let me just open roll this.
Why does my camera?
Okay.
A 22. That boy's invisible.
So, actually, no invisibility. Like a whisper.
I can reach 21, so that's fucking. I wouldn't be able to see that though.
Like a whisper. There's nobody. It's one of those things where you're alone inside, because you guys obviously got like a decent sized room, because it was like, I imagine you're all in the same room together, right? So you got one of those actual suites.
Lord of the Rings style.
Yeah, like a decent sized suite or whatever, where it's like you got two beds in there, like two separate bedrooms with a little bit of a common area that you know is sitting there. Got a couple of windows out looking, and obviously you had the window shut or whatever, right? And so two people are always inside one of the beds, two separate rooms. I imagine the bedroom doors are left ajar, so you could easily hear each other or whatever it might be. And I imagine the when each person sleeps, they sleep kind of an uneasy sleep, more tossing and turning than actual sleep, right? So it's unfortunately not very restful.
Yeah, to be clear, on my watch, obviously, like Viggo's asleep and Triss is just standing at the end of his bed, just towering over him, just heavy breathing.
Sweet Jesus.
I mean, to be fair, I would too. I like that furry boy. So,
except without the towering bit, right?
I've seen what kind of animal he can be.
That went right over Scott's head. Literally.
Oh my god, I realized what you said.
He's just making more short jokes, even though I'm tolerating.
Did they both hit at the same time there? Scott was like, they won too.
He's just moving on. So anyways, the it's one of those things where you're sitting there and, you know, you're just kind of like, the pre-dawn is happening where the outside, Neil, is no longer black. It's just like a very dark blue in the sky. So it's like one of those where it's too dark to like properly be able to see for like regular human eyes. Obviously you don't have regular human eyes.
That's true. I do have dark vision.
But it is.
Here's a note. Does Virgil get to make a perception check in Viggo's room?
Not at the moment. So,
Okay.
but it is bright enough that the stars are already starting to be blocked out. You know what I mean? Like one of those scenarios, right? Cool. So, but anyways, it's one of those things where you're sitting there and on in the common area on whatever sitting that there happens to be, when all of a sudden you realize there's a bit of a draft that runs across the back of your neck, and you're like, "Oh, that's weird." And you look over and you realize that the window that has been shut all night is slightly ajar. So of course the windows in the old days, kind of like it's like a shutter kind of window style. So you realize that the window is a bit ajar, which considering that it has lupin eye hook latch that was holding it shut, you realize that. But as you look over and there's that moment where you recognize that that's happening, you're going to hear a voice from inside the room that you're in that says, "I am no enemy. Stay calm."
Triss will obviously look for the source of the voice.
Mm-hmm. You turn around because you have dark vision. You can actually see there is somebody that has a cloak on and a hood pulled over their head, so you can't make out their features. That's standing there. Medium-sized person. The broadness of the shoulders and whatnot suggests they're most likely male, as well as the voice.
And his hand would slip down onto the horseman's pick at his belt, but he wouldn't draw it. And he'd there's a tense, he's like, "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, I didn't notice this."
He says, "It seems as though you've gotten a bit tangled up in a mess."
Who are you?
A friend.
Most friends knock.
They don't respond. There were questions. I answered them.
Questions from who?
People who are interested. Listen, Tristan. Is it Daerm? Daerm? How does your family pronounce their name? It's not a very big family, is it?
Pronounce my name Dion.
Daerm. There you go. It's not a very big family, is it?
Oh.
I don't want to see harm come to your family. You seem like a decent person. We have mutual interests. I do not represent the syndicate.
He's I don't want to see harm come to your family. Triss is slowly tensing up, ready to pounce. And then he's I'm not with the syndicate. And there's a visible moment where he's okay, maybe I don't need to just assault this guy with everything I have.
Yeah. He's like, "What level hype train do I have? I want to drop that."
Yeah. It's we thought the other damage was high. This one's it's going for a crunch.
So he says, "I don't represent the syndicate. So I'm not with the syndicate." He lets a couple of beats pass, and he says, "But I once was."
Someone who survived.
As you can see the movement of the cloak that nods slowly. I found my way out, but mostly by never being found. I've been hunted by many people. Can you believe I was hunted by a snake before?
Snake.
Shakes his head. Different story for a different time.
Who are you? And what are you offering or asking?
I'm going to just say Now, I'm a friend, and I spoke to another old acquaintance. They had questions. I answered them. And I don't think that you're going to be implicated. Whatever you did was already done. And the mess because of it is going to be cleaned up. It's too late for them.
So you don't work for the syndicate, but you still can speak to them.
I have a acquaintance here and there that I remain friendly with. I found my way out, as I said. He lets a couple moments pass and then says, next time you head west, let's speak again. I think I might be able to help you more.
I'm not going west. I want my family to live.
You're not going west because you haven't been given orders to do so.
Driss will clearly he's not he's trying to peer under the hood at this
Yeah.
point. As anyone would in this situation.
With your dark vision, roll a perception check.
While this is happening, I'm gonna make a coffee real quick.
How dare you?
Oh,
17 is
I know,
just
I'm a
enough to
horrible
suggest that you can see the chin, the structure of it. Unfortunately, you can't see color and everything, but it's enough for you to be being of that ethnicity yourself. You think it might be a hobgoblin.
okay.
So like I said, he says, you're not going west because you haven't been given orders to do so.
Will I?
Shakes the head. I don't serve Paradel either, but you do. And you'll do what they tell you to, because that's just who you are. When you head west, let's talk and see if I can help you. I think we have mutual. I think there are some alignments that we can work together. I just wanted to come and let you know that you are okay. You'll be okay.
How will I find you when we go west?
He starts walking off of the wall, heading over towards the window, and says, if you could find me. Again, walking towards the window that you didn't even notice open. He says, if you could find me, I'm probably already dead. They'll open the window more to go to step through it. Do you say anything else?
No, I don't think so. Don't think Triss has anything to say.
Okay.
He just cursed Kraline's breath. Once he's out the window and then slump back into the chair.
He steps out the window, you say Kraline's breath, and that actually will remind him of something, because obviously he has very keen ears. And he'll actually kind of the window will slide back open a little bit, and he says, funny you should mention her. Chrisellen Feldspar. That's somebody who can get you answers. If you ever get the opportunity to speak with her. And then he'll shut the window and walk off.
Chrisellen. Chrisellen Felt.
Feldspar.
Feldspar.
Why do I recognize that name?
I don't know. You guys ever encountered a Chris Allen before.
Maybe Chrisella in name and something else. For some reason, that immediately was like, I know that name. Why do I know that name? As long as I'm not supposed to know that name, then that's okay.
No idea.
No idea! Exclamation mark TK.
Oh. Oh, of course. That's why I know that name. Fuck you. You got me for a bit.
I mean, I guess Tris would wait. God, would he tell the others?
The sun's starting to come to the point where you can, again, it's not light out. You can't see the sun yet, but you can start to see colors off in the distance. Looking out the window.
God, I'm not sure he would tell the others. I don't know. I guess he would. I guess he'd wait until they were awake and came into the communal area and then be like,
They are
So-
also up kind of early. It's one of those things where by the time they're awake, the sun's just barely being able to be crested. You know what I mean? Over the horizon. And they're
Mhm.
already up. And again, they both are bags under their eyes, groggy.
Yeah. If you think he
They
wouldn't
clearly
say,
are-
then that's
are-
okay. Like,
No, I think he would. I think he'd definitely pick something up. Like he wouldn't sit just straight out with it, but like Tris is usually quite jovial and chatty, and then he's just sitting there like in silence.
I mean, to be fair, that probably wouldn't be so unusual from how they feel. You
Yeah,
know what I
that's
mean?
true.
that's a good point.
But I do imagine after like a couple minutes that Gallon would pick it up because he's pretty perceptive. I mean, Viggo's kind of an idiot, but
Is there something we need to talk about?
We had a visitor. Said he'd answered some questions and that we'd be all right.
Gallon would just be like, the face I just made of like confusion and like, wait, hang on. Also, what the? My camera is all over the place. I apologize.
Perfectly stationary. What are you on about?
Viggo would
God.
just say to you, so they found us then. Rather quick.
Apparently, this person's not one of them. One who got away. I
Oh.
didn't even notice he came in the window until he whispered my name.
Shit.
He says we're okay.
He thinks. He said we'll be sent west again. At some point. And when we do, we'll have cause to speak to him again. And when we do, we should speak to someone called Chris Allen.
If that's the case, then that's where we leave things for now.
I agree. I don't plan on dying at the age of 22.
He said, I have a rather small family.
Gallon would tense up at that.
He threatened you.
He said he didn't think they'd go after them.
Well, let's not give them any more cause. We've done what we were asked. And as far as I'm concerned, and he'll look to both of you, we're done with this.
Tris would nod like he's shaking himself out of something a little bit.
Gallon would look to Tristan to say, we'll protect them. If we have to.
Yeah.
I imagine that kind
Okay.
of ends the morning bit. So at this, because you guys have no direction yet, you know, Sea Pearl's leaving tonight, and that the other commander should be showing up probably the next couple of days, which kind of gives you a couple of days of time to do whatever. But before going into whatever, at some point in time, I imagine to both calm his nerves, because this person seemed like they weren't threatening. They seemed to be like, I'm telling you that on your behalf, I spoke to them, and you'll be good. You know, but then to make sure you understand the gravity of how the situation is. I know about your family too, but you should be good. But that being said, I imagine at one point in time, Tristan, with this stuff weighing on his mind, because, you know, he misses his mom and his pop. He probably goes down to the what is it called? The stables to see, you know, Carrick to, you know, give him a brush and make sure he gets some oats or whatever it is down there. As you go walking, I don't know if anybody else would go with you or if you do this kind of stuff by yourself, Tris.
It's quite therapeutic to go and brush Carrot.
Yeah.
That's this big horse, a lot of brushing to be done.
Yeah, this is why I suggested it. I actually, brushing a horse is lots of fun. So scooping the poop is a little bit less so. It's not quite the same as it is for, say, like a fucking 10-pound dog, you know? Either way, so that sounds like you'd go by yourself. So as you go down, walking into the stables, you open up the stable, because you know how stables always have like the individual stalls, but then there's like the common hallway. Some stables would be like T-shaped or H-shaped or whatever, what have you. But as you go, like, open up the sliding barn door to go in there, you can see as you're walking in, over by Carrick's what's the word I'm looking for? Like on the path to Carrick's stall, you see like a bit of like fabric kind of like bundled up on the floor. It's like a large bit of fabric bundled on the floor, which is strange, but you don't really pay too much mind to it. And so as you get closer, you realize that it's blue and silver and it's red, but it doesn't have that color of red that says that the fabric was dyed that way. It has that soaked dark kind of color of red that suggests what this fabric is soaked in blood. And lying next to it on the ground, you now see that there's a bastard sword. As you like tentatively move closer to it, you can see that fabric that's soaked in blood, something is definitely inside of it, is definitely the fabric of a Maltese flag.
What the fuck? Is Carrick all right? Like, sure, I'm interested in what's in there, but is Carrick okay?
Yeah, so I imagine you like step over that and then you quickly over to Carrick's what's it called? Stall. And you look inside and Carrick, oh shit, my thing is too warm.
You motherfucker.
Like Carrick's going sorry.
Wow.
That's like the troll. The camera is in on the fucking bit.
Sorry. It'll be back on in about 10 seconds. Sorry. So so anyways, as you go over and run around, like just step over the thing and look into the stall, you can see Carrick is there. And as you like look panicked at Carrick or whatnot, Carrick, feeding off your emotion, is half confused and it immediately starts getting in like animals have emotional responses to your emotions, right? So it starts to have a response, and then you kind of like take a moment and center yourself. Do you go back to investigate?
Give him like a good pat on the nose and reassure him, and reassure himself as well that Carrick's okay. And then he'll go and fiddle with this, like unroll this Maltese flag, I guess.
Inside of the flag, you do see the severed head of a horse. And spending a couple moments looking at the bloodied weapon next to it, that's not just a bastard sword. That's a commander's bastard sword, which was clearly used to do the deed.
A commander's bastard sword. Is it engraved? Does it have initials?
It does not. but you can definitely tell by the style and the decoration and whatnot on it that this is something that would be a gift for a commander.
A masterwork weapon, perchance, there, Scott.
It would be a masterwork weapon, yeah. Actually, yeah. Legit, yeah. But a commander's sword, so it'd be unusual for a non-commander to have one unless they were giving it to them by, like, say, their family or something.
So it's a horse's
Oh
head.
my god, that music was probably off for you guys. That was probably loud. I was like, what happened? But something had hit my button on my stream deck. Sorry if the music was weird for the past 5-ish minutes since that time I accidentally muted myself. Anyways, go ahead, sir.
Oh, a horse's head in an Amaltese flag beheaded by a bastard sword. Masterwork. And this is a pair of hell.
Shit.
No,
Just is going to run back and get
things. There's some weird shit going on and some weird
I think
similarities there.
This is a message, and someone might have just been killed.
Just is going to run back and get the others and bring them to see this because he's not sure. He can only make head out of this. Not head or tail because there's a head there on the floor. It's horse's head.
You go ahead and get your.
So there's three things, right?
Yeah. And you get the three. You get the two of them. They come down to check it out.
Seapoll was a commander.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of lead Galen to the Amaltese flag.
There's an Amaltese flag, a horse's head, and a bastard sword. That's the three.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Oh, shit. I didn't catch that either.
I got that. I got that straight away. I was like, oh, okay. I don't know what it means, but I can see the symbolism.
Fuck.
It's a warning.
Yeah.
And one which we will abide. This is not our fight unless we're told it is. Triss, I suggest you dispose of the horse's head somewhere. And the flag and the sword.
Stable boy comes around the corner.
Draw back the sword.
No witnesses.
Right then.
Gosh.
But that's fucking terrifying.
I guess it can go burn the head and the flag. We'll give the sword to Viggo to deal with.
What to do with the sword?
You have the bag, the haversack.
Yes, I do. Can other people get stuff out of there? Or do you have to know what you're looking for?
Yeah,
if you know what you want, it comes to hand. If you don't know what you want, you can still reach around.
Oh, okay. So you can still reach around. So
I know.
We'll leave it in there for now.
It'll be at least a way to get it out of here. We can dispose of it somewhere else. Yeah, I agree, Snaga, but I think getting it out of here now is the priority, which is no one's going to look at that bag and be like, there's a sword in there.
Yeah, that message was clearly meant for you guys. You don't necessarily need anybody else seeing it. And it's early enough that the stable hand hasn't arrived yet because of how early because you didn't sleep well last night. So, seems as though they kind of predicted your next step, right? So, this is likely unrelated to the person that visited you last night. Well, undirectly related to, right?
Yeah.
You can see Viggo isn't as shaken up as you guys. He's quite cold almost in the way he analyzed things. But yeah, I think we should get out of here.
Galen is more angry than he is shaken. He's you guys know him well enough. He almost seemed more angry that the flag was associated with him.
Yeah.
He understands why, but he's angry about it.
Yeah. After we've got rid of the stuff, though, I think it's been waiting to do this for a while. But I will call you both. I'll call us all together. Probably at the inn, I guess.
Wait.
I don't know. It'll be dinner time or something. We'll order something to eat, and then Viggo will say, well, it seems that we've got to look out for each other. I think that's obvious.
Indeed.
We are a unit, a small unit. And I will do my best to look after both of your well-being. So I want to be as invested as you. And then he'll look to Tristan and he'll say, Tristan, tell me of your life. Tell me of your parents and why you joined Inclame.
Well, it's not that much to say, I suppose. Dad's Perrin. Mum's Hobgoblin. I was born actually in a deer, but we moved here when I was very young, and lived in Dween for a good amount of time. You know, lived off what we had. I think my parents brought horses from where I was born, sold them for breeding stock, and lived off that. Actually, Carrock's one of that stock. I tried to join the River Guard. I wasn't allowed. I thought the River King was impressive. Someone who'd risen themselves all the way to the top. And I kept trying. I worked for a local lord. He gave me Carrock when I failed. And after that, well, I was the best horseman there. I did well. And Galen just fucking energy blasts me.
What
He's
the
just like,
fuck?
shut up.
So I
I'm
clicked,
with the syndicate, guys.
my camera fucked up, and I clicked to change it, and the menu went away, and what was underneath was my sheet.
Well, so what the hell is with that damage? He's dealing 2 grays of radiation damage? What the hell? That's insane. That's terrifying.
What the fuck? That's interesting. I may need to have a look at what's going on there. No, it's actually it's right. It's 1d6. So
I kept working until they made me champion.
Hey, and your parents own a farm?
They moved out of Tween some years ago now. They live near-ish Chesterton. I think maybe Mum wanted to be closer to their home.
Yeah. And you got Carrock from a local lord.
Yeah, the guy that my parents had sold the breeding stock to. Carrock was a bit unruly, and so was I. But he took a liking to me, and I looked after his horse as well for many years. And so, well, it was an unusual gift. He was old, very old. You know, he makes the gesture like really pointy ears.
I understand why you're so close with Carrick then.
I suppose we share a common ancestry.
I didn't hear anything. Tess said my internet dropped out, but
As
Oh.
usual, it was nothing important. No, I can't. I'm sorry. Don't hit me.
Wow. All I said was that explains why you're so close to Carrick, basically. Not the exact wording, but close enough.
It's close enough.
Viggo would just, ask you questions, about like, how you grew up and all that stuff, and just small talk about it. Before then turning to Gallon.
Internet is
what have
going
you,
funky.
Gallon?
Sorry, just a second.
Did you come to be in?
I, as you know, grew up in Malta. I served there as is mandatory. It wasn't anything that I sought out. I did my mandatory service. But my family sought more influence, more power. One way to get that was to trade me in for experimentation. He'll sort of gesture towards the scar that's on the side of his head. I don't remember much. What I do, I don't want to remember. I escaped. When I served, I had heard about Inclame. I had heard it seemed like the only choice when I made it, but it also seemed like once I was through it, I want to be a part of something that helps its citizens, not trades their lives for knowledge. So I made my way to the border and offered myself for Inclame. I don't know how much my family knew or knows, but I hope that I kept the name in the hopes it would shame them for what they did. As I said to C4, threatening them is not a threat to me.
I think I'm beginning to understand you a bit more, Gallon. I'm glad you decided to choose this life.
As am I. I'm glad that the way things ended up had me placed here. It's almost makes it all worth it.
Well, I'm a Metahina. And I don't have a family anymore. But being with you, you guys has, well, let's just say I've enjoyed it. It's a feeling that I haven't had in a long time. You see, while both of you, I could guess that I come from money. That's no secret. We're not supposed to talk about our past lives, but I think it's important that you, from what I've asked of you, that I give you the same. When I was 6, I was playing in the garden. I don't have much memory before that. I mean, 6 is young as it is, but this day I remember clear as anything. I was playing out in the garden when many people started arriving at the house. My mother had bring me out there earlier. And as these people were coming, I just remember wondering why so many. I tried to go back into the house, but I was met at the door by my brother. I have a brother, an older brother. And he wouldn't let me inside. He was crying. There's a lot of people in our house. And seeing him upset, I got upset, and I wanted my mother. But he just kept pushing me back to the garden. And after a while, he just told me that they were gone. Both my parents were gone. Now, I didn't understand this for much later. I didn't come to realize, but something had happened in our house that took the life of both my mother and my father sometime in the time that I was out in the garden. My brother has never spoke about it since. I also don't know who those people were that were at the house that day. But I lost them both. I've never got an answer to why. But in losing them, what I gained from my brother was something he should never have had to give. He became my parent. He spent a third of our family's, or 2/3 of our family's fortune on providing me an education, sending me to the best schools, the best tutors. He did everything and more. But he would never talk to me about what happened that day. And then when it came my 20th birthday, the one person who I had in my life, I had taken again. Both of you know how Metahina works. I now have no family. And during our time together, I'm beginning to imagine what one's like. So that's me. I just want to say thank you.
Galen puts like the hand on the shoulder, just thank you. I'm getting to understand you better too. And you, Tristan. I'm glad we got put together as a team.
As am I.
Well, someone has to keep you two alive.
Galen would actually laugh at that. Yeah. Let's get a drink.
And yeah, I guess we do.
It's almost
I will drink heavily this night to the point where I may pass out downstairs before I get to my room.
We'd carry. I assume we could carry him up. Yeah, Gallon would be drinking today as well. Proper drinking, not just sipping.
Yeah, I don't think Tris would. More than like a beer.
Tris is
I-
the
I-
character
yeah.
that's like, I'll just have like a thimble, like a
No,
thimble, and then he's like
oh, no, I
4
won't
kegs
get-
in.
I won't get knockout drunk, but Gallon would drink.
It almost
Yeah,
feels
it's been a rough few
awkward
days. Yeah.
going on past this this point. Like there's like a certain tone here that it's like anything else feels.
That's why you bring
Yeesh.
out the drinks. It's why you bring out the drinks.
But it's
makes
it's
the
10:32 in the
moving
morning, and I have work in an hour and change. Like I can't bring out the drinks. This is my drink. It's a mermaid. It's a mermaid.
It's not a mermaid.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, no, that's a lady holding her legs. Like this.
Well, Ariel
I've,
was pretty quick to be like, I want that one. I want that one. I need to have some legs. That one. I don't need to talk. I don't need to talk. That one.
He's a prince, obviously. Like, come on.
Eric was all like, yeah, you're good looking and everything, but like, who's going to sing me lullabies when I go to sleep at night? I have a serious mommy complex, you know?
We need to see the Master of War.
Oh yeah.
You
So,
do
hi
that?
again. It's us again.
Okay. A couple days pass with the characters probably lying low and whatnot. Imagine Tristan
Shopping, probably.
working hard not to send a letter to his family. Like, let's not.
Compulsive Carrick pay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carrick's
Carrick
got
is
bald
very well
sprouts.
brushed.
Yeah. Awesome. Like, Carrick looks at you. I need some alone time.
Look, it's not you, it's me.
Wait, hang on. I need to see something because it'll be funny. Oh no, it's only creatures that have a language. I was trying to see if Virgil could talk with Carrick.
Yeah, they usually have to have greater than 2 intelligence or whatever it is too. So
It needs to have a language.
yeah, which you can't have a language if you're less than 3 intelligence. So
Ah.
you can't understand languages unless you have at least a 3. So I'm pretty sure 3 is the threshold. I'm almost positive for sapience. So anyways, you a few days later, they will be situated. This new person. Yeah, sorry. So you would go to speak with them. So notice would be sent to you to go and meet with them. Funny enough, their address is not too far off from the address where C-Pro was before. Same district.
Disgusting.
Not her house.
Disgusting. Well, why not her house?
It's not a fucking
Now it's
Airbnb,
empty.
buddy. Like,
It's empty.
it's not an Airbnb. It's a premium price to live in an Airbnb.
Efficiency.
Hey.
Out with the old, in with the new.
So anyways, you guys go into you guys go to that area, and as you can see that this house does not look like somebody recently moved into it. You know what I mean? It looks, you know, like it's just been well maintained. But everybody's house here looks that way. When you go into it, you can already see that this place is, so when you knock on the door and a servant goes and opens the door, just even looking through the doorway, you can see that it's furnished. You know what I mean? It's already furnished, has pictures on the wall, etc., etc., etc. The person opens the door and says, "May I ask who I have the pleasure of may I ask who I have the pleasure of meeting?"
Do we have a name yet?
No, we still have a space
I
to be
think it's
stitched.
Tristan, Viggo, and Gallon.
yeah, I know, but I was making a comment on the fact that we were like, we need a name.
It's a Gallon
3
of Tristan and
months
Viggo.
later.
Yeah, so we say our names and our ranks, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
They nod and say, "You were expected, of course, for the commander. If you'd like to please come in. He's actually currently free. Seems as though you're punctual." They shut the door behind you. "I can tell you what I've learned of the commander thus far. He appreciates punctuality and very much does not appreciate tardiness. Take that as a warning," they say as they lead you up the stairs and over to where his office will be. They, as you walk into the office, as you're like walking up there, they do stop before they open up the door for the office, and they look down and they say, "And next time we return, please clean your boots outside before you come into the his home. Take that as a warning." They open the door and
As he says that, prestidigitation.
so you cast the spell. They raise an eyebrow and say, "Is he aware you're a mage?"
We've met Zephyr before.
We've met.
You say we've met Zephyr before using their first name. Once again, looking at you with kind of like a unamused face. They don't say anything because it's not their place to tell you how to refer to them if you know them. But it is their place to tell you how to behave in the house. But their face very much says,
hate him. Zephyr is gonna hate this guy, and I love it. He's gonna...
So anyways, the door opens up and he's inside there. He's actually standing there leafing through a book. Kind of off to the side, leafing through a book as you guys come in. He
Is that short sword anywhere on display in the room? Just
the one that you stole for him?
The one that I didn't steal. It was his, and he told me to ferry it. Thank you very much.
My apologies, maybe a little TMI. The one that you transported for him.
Yes.
Oh, that's why he got you to transport it.
Do you remember the significance of it?
It was like a see-through material.
Do you remember the significance of like where it came from or anything like that? Did I give you any of that information before or no?
You gave me some of it. I can't recall. It was what 3-4 months ago now.
Yeah. But okay, so it will be on display in the office. Yes. So it's one of those things where it has its own little stand and it's on a shelf inside one of the bookcases inside there. Because I love built-ins. Built-ins make me happy. I have no built-ins here. I would love to. Like, I love built-ins. The problem with them is that they tend to use up floor space, right? Like, they eat up floor space. Like, for me, it'd be super cool to have, like, you know, say, like, a wall with, like, built-ins in it and, like, a seat or whatever around it. But then you have to, like, turn that seat into storage. Like, I hate wasted space, you know? So that's why I have my, you know, shelf.
That's why you're so sure.
Oh, that was brilliant.
I can't wait. I can't wait to meet Scott.
That's one of your best ones yet, Neil. That was fantastic.
Could I like kick out his knee? Sure now, bitch. Be like, that's what you had to do.
This is just
Stomping
this
him on
picture
the
of me,
ground,
like
he's like still
me,
throwing
like
shade.
me, like a thumbs up and a hammer in my hand, and Scott like looking really pained, like on his knees.
Moving on. So you you go in and he's, like I said, leafing through a book, but he looks up as the door opens up. He looks up as the door opens up, and you can see he kind of like moves a bit of almost like a page holder, a bookmark, into the page that's in place, like the you know, the ribbon or whatever that's built into the spine of books, and immediately closes the book. And as he turns his back to you to set the book back on the shelf, he says, "Twice now, punctuality has served you. And he slides it back on. And turns and walks over. He'll leave it at that. I trust that all has been explained to you up until this point.
I believe so.
What did you say, Tesh?
I believe so.
They nod. Good. Did you enjoy the past week of vacationing? It wasn't a week. It was only a few days because of what happened prior.
Yeah. Oh, that means they don't know about any of that. Interesting.
If you
Not
do
really.
It's
report
good to
it-
have some time off.
So you say it was good to have some time off. He nods and says, "You may be at ease. Have your seats."
Galen will do so.
Mm-hmm.
I have been having. I've had several meetings with the River King. He says, the word's not comfortable in his mouth yet. With the River King, and discussing your purpose in serving as a princely guard for him. It seems as though he has an interest for the three of you. He sees you as being more capable than many of his other soldiers. I certainly can say that you have acted accordingly and have thus far not disappointed. There's a new task that he had set forward for you. I think you might perhaps find it a bit interesting. None of you are Daelish, are you?
No, I can speak it though.
He nods. That'll serve you well. The machinations of the River King are well underway in the West. As you likely have ascertained at this point, he had some interest in Renetslav because of its geographical location. And it seems as though paperwork is well underway for transitioning to be transpiring. That'll certainly make things a little bit uncomfortable for the Oven here and the recently updated palace that has been put in place over there. Nonetheless, things are already moving along swiftly. He looks more to Viggo than the other two, just to see if Viggo kind of like already understood that this is going to be happening.
Yep.
You know that's what your place is, right? You're the River King's scouts. Or shall I say you're his masons. You lay the foundation of where it is he intends to claim for his own, ever expanding his little empire.
That has certainly been the case so far.
Your thoughts on this?
Yeah, he asked for my thoughts on what the River King orders me to do. He just says, I follow orders, sir.
He, again, will raise an eyebrow. Is that the best you can muster?
While some might disagree with the ambition and methods of the River King, he clearly has no qualms with bringing in competent individuals from various locations among Peridel in seeing it in more of a whole than many of the other regions. You yourself, Zephyr, are very different from him, if I understand correctly. He likes to be called the River King. You do not. You do not appreciate your title. It's a very clear difference, and yet he's clearly respected your talents.
He will nod and say, again, you surprise me with your, with how sharp you are. I do appreciate, again, the task that you did for me back west. And he doesn't like gesture towards the sword or whatever, but obviously you've noted it in the room. He says, "Then I suppose let's cut to the chase, since there seem to be no objections here as of now. You will be heading east to the province of Daelric. Daelric is a..."
It's like a look of like instantly you see like he relaxes when he says you're heading east.
He says, "You'll be heading east to the province of Daelric. Daelric has several, what's the word I'm looking for? Several rivers of note that he wants to have looked into.
Ooh.
But most importantly, there is one particular river that I want you to note. This river runs from the bay to a large lake that happens to exist in the region. This is of interest to the River King because of the situations that have been transpiring there. That is, he takes a moment. Are any of you familiar with the current political situation in Daelric?
It's essentially a war zone, right? That's what we heard.
He nods.
He glances at Viggo as he says this.
Like for affirmation?
Yeah.
But also because of his brother.
Yeah. A little bit of like, he knows best, but also sorry for the reminder.
You're good. Yeah, Viggo would just nod as well.
Once again, he looks at Tristan, impressed because Tristan is an idiot, but he seems to be educated and knows how to give responses. It's like Tristan's very quickly becoming the teacher's pet here. It's actually kind of nice. Yeah.
He's a trained soldier.
Yeah, and you're blunt but respectful, like right,
Yeah.
like you take orders. And...
Well, I figured out that that's what this guy likes, right?
Right.
Actually, and I quite like that. In the like, Triss is like, you know what? I know where I stand with this guy.
Yep. So it works out. So moving on, he says a war zone to say the least. Or at least certain regions of Daelric are. There are areas where there are those that believe themselves to still be Daelish, are actively fighting an all-out war, battlefields and everything like you would see to the north and to the west. Nothing unfamiliar with what you've experienced in the past, albeit it's different way of waging war than probably what you're accustomed to. But it's more important than that. It goes much deeper than that, including in the region wherein you will be finding yourself in the near future. This is an area of not war, but terror. Unfortunately, there are several terrorist organizations that happen to exist there, thinking themselves a degree of freedom fighters, perhaps believing themselves to be fighting on behalf of the greater war that's taking place in Daelric. The reason why I say believing themselves to fight on behalf of that is because they have no sanction from the Daelish king. Beyond that, they use tactics that are not accustomed to the Daelish military. This is destruction of common areas where citizens may be found, needless additional death, etc. They tend to not leave any survivors of any caravans that they attack. They have no problem with utilizing torture to get the information that they want. These are not kind people. And in one particular river and one particular lake, they have found themselves to have nestled in quite well. So I'm going to be sending you there. I understand that you are but 3, and there are not just one, but many factions, each filled with many individuals that all serve towards similar goals, and all completely opposed to who you are and what you represent. So I don't expect you to go there and be the peacemakers that bring calm to the region. That would be a foolhardy hope and a suicide mission. I expect you to go there and see what you can uncover for me. I want to know how many factions there are, if a number can even be discovered. How large are these factions? What kind of influence do they have? What are their actual goals? More often than not, when it comes to these terrorist organizations, they don't actually fight for the freedom of the people. They don't actually fight for the interests of whatever the greater cause of this war happens to be. They use that as a guise. They use that as a overture to sway the minds and the hearts of the locals to be sympathetic to their cause, but realistically they want money, power, influence, the usual. Again, this is a criminal organization. Don't see it through the rose-tinted, romanticized lens, but for what it actually is. There's blood on their hands. Innocent blood. I want to know who these how many factions there are, how great they are, and what their actual motives are. With that information, we can then start picking through them, seeing who can either be turns to our cause, who needs to be eliminated, and who can be convinced to lay down their arms. I also imagine some of them wouldn't be too upset if we just had them exported back to the Daelands. Of this thus far, are there any questions?
What do we say when we get the inevitable questions about our authority?
Your authority by who?
The soldiers in Daelric.
You mean the actual Paradel military? Your orders come from the River King. That is who you serve. That is what your paperwork will say. None of this cloak and dagger business. I understand you'll need to, at points in time, disguise your identity or purpose from the various factions that might happen to exist out there, but those are your enemies. You do what you need to be safe and to succeed. But with the actual military, you can be open and honest with them. And if they scoff at the significance of the River King and his intentions to expand his regime, well, you can let them see the peace that the River King brings to their region and whether or not they want to continue to question his authority.
I like the sentence about that.
I'm so sorry, say it one more time. You cut out for a
You
second.
cut out.
I'd like to sense motive, how he actually feels about what he's saying.
Go right ahead.
That's a good point. I might. Can I do that as well?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Do either of you want to modify that at all, or are you happy?
No.
I'm happy.
He's trying to decept you.
Sorry.
Yeah, but Galen also wouldn't look deeper into this than just the initial.
Oh my god,
thing
I rolled
anyway.
that not in the DM one. I rolled that where you guys can see by accident. I rolled as Dale Reviewer, not as GM, so it popped up on stream anyways. That's hilarious.
Holy fuck.
That's to hold a straight face. Bluff is always to not tip your hand. Is to not tip your hand.
Yeah.
That was so dumb. Oh, that's funny. All right, moving on. So yeah, you so yeah, you sense motive. It seems as though he full-heartedly believes in the significance of the river. He serves him. He left his post before to come serve him, right? So it makes sense that he would actually believe this. So moving on. He says, very well then. You will be taking a ship, as reports suggest you are accustomed to at this point, out into the greater sea. This will take you actually out into deeper waters than I think any of you have actually traveled beforehand. You will not be staying along the coast in this situation, as we need to give a bit of a wide berth around Rast. There's an order to do so for the time being. So we'll take a wide berth around Rast, bring you over in that direction. When eventually you come into the Bay Area, you'll be pulling into the harbor of harbors, if you will. Malisal Harbor. This is the den of thieves. This is the location that has the most turmoil, where these rebel scum have really seeded their their base of operations. I would suggest that upon immediate arrival, perhaps you do not announce who you are until you've appropriately aligned yourselves with the Paradel military there. You want to make sure that you have others knowing that you have others watching.
Understood.
He says, do you have any questions about what your job is here? Do you have any questions about how it is to go about it? Do you have any requests for aid? You are going to be a good distance from me, and there is no easy way to transfer information back and forth from one another. It'll take weeks.
Yeah, you ever going to promote us? Or we're just going to keep doing all this stuff and never getting promoted?
Do you actually say that?
Fuck no. I'm saying that to you, Scott. To Scott, I'm saying. But, yeah, do we have any questions about...
The Gallon would just say, has there been any ship-to-ship combat? Should we expect that, or that is a possibility on arrival, or is there any warfare happening, like fighting happening on the lake?
There is a significant amount of ship-to-ship combat that happens inside of the bay, and if you go to the lake region, that is almost entirely under the control of this rebellion. So the lake itself is going to be a region to be careful around, though granted it's the harbor of the bay that would be where you were pulling into, and probably the individual city or population that you will be at most in harm's way.
Scott, this bay, is it the one to the south of
So Melisal
Jihan?
Harbor, where that actually is, if you actually look at that map that you pulled up earlier in Twitch chat,
Yeah.
if you look at the second E into Lagos, it's literally
Oh yeah,
right
that's
there.
right. That was exactly what I was asking.
Yep,
Cool.
that's
Sweet.
the little river. So you know,
Yeah, which means we do have to go past the lake to get to the place. But yeah,
Well, so Melisal Harbor is to the south of that E, whereas the lake itself is to the north of the E, right? So you're going to be pulling into that terrible harbor. He says, there are various commanders that happen to be in the area that are doing what they can to fight the good fight. Now, the ship that you will be arriving in on, I had originally planned on you arriving in on a merchant ship. This is a legitimate merchant ship which will do trade with anybody who's willing to purchase their goods. That means both the rebel as well as the Paradel alike. This would be a relatively safe ship for you to arrive in on, but I do say relative because it is likely. So it is possible that this one would be ransacked as well, considering these people do not have rules of war. Unless, of course, you would rather arrive in an appropriate armed and armored military vessel.
It'd be best for our cause to go on the merchant ship, although it may be more dangerous.
I agree. I have I have a compartment in my boot that I can hide our proper paperwork for should we be searched.
He nods. I do not like failure. I do not accept it. Unfortunately, the fall of the prince under my watch beforehand has left a mark on me. I'm being blunt with the three of you because you have seen more and experienced more than anybody else in this region will likely ever get the opportunity to with me individually. So, that being said, you will not be paid after this mission is done. The amounts that you're going to be rewarded for doing this mission is to be done in advance. So do not expect an extra stipends to come your way afterwards. I want you to utilize the assets that are given to you to succeed. Any death amongst the three of you is a mark against me. So understand, I will not be satisfied if any of you come back in bags.
Yes, sir.
Indeed.
Your primary target is the harbor, is the port city itself, Melisal Harbor. That is where I want most of your intel. If your intel takes you elsewhere, discover it. If there are rebels that you're able to handle, or they're able or willing to handle yourself, take care of them. Good?
Yes.
Good.
Understood.
He does think for a moment, and he says, "You are part of the River Guard. The three of you are comfortable with traveling this entire way on by sea, correct? I don't need to send you through the Barren Lands."
Karok won't like it, but he'll be fine.
Yes, we're comfortable at sea.
Indeed. Spent enough time in the Barren Lands.
He nods and says, "I saw that report as well." Very well then. You have your orders. You have your purpose. You'll be leaving in 2 weeks' time. We are waiting for that merchant ship to arrive and finish collecting its goods for you to head out on. The captain has already been appropriately compensated for your arrival. You're not meant to be an additional hand on the ship. Additional guard has already been put onto the ship that you're not meant to act as not to act as guard for the ship as well. You spend your time there and then strategizing.
Perfect.
We do come under attack, though. We are to defend ourselves, obviously.
He nods. He says, "I did say don't die, didn't I?"
Viggo will nod.
Okay. With that, he says, "I believe the funds for your commissary will be cleared by tomorrow morning. It took a bit of time to get the paperwork in order. I expect you to go and appropriately adorn yourself with the equipment you need to succeed in this endeavor. But moreover, I should have it's not perfect, but there's a map of Melisal Harbor that will be provided for you as well. Get yourself familiar. You don't want to get lost. The city is not like how we build them here."
Thank you. That'll be very useful.
Yeah.
Okay. And with that, you guys are, he says, "Then unless you have any further questions, dismissed."
Salute. Stand up and salute.
Okay.
Tris would stand and not salute. He'd wait a couple of moments.
Okay. So the other two start walking out and you stay behind?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
He waits until the two of them are out the door, though I don't know whoever's second. Would you shut the door behind you or no?
If Tristan's staying, I'd shut the door. I assume he'd have a reason. And I'd probably be second out, just so.
Yep. So you open the door and then walk up behind Viggo. Yep, I gotcha. And so once the door is on its way shutting, like right before it snaps shut, he would say, "Concern?"
I'll keep the other two alive, of course, but I'm not. I feel like I'm used more and more like a spy.
He doesn't say anything. He waits.
But no concerns. I'm curious. Why Dwayne?
You say, "I'm curious why Dwayne?" Oh, you mean for him? Like you're asking him a personal question. He actually will sit back in his chair as you are so bold to ask him a personal question. It's just because delivery is important. Why don't you go ahead and roll me a diplomacy check on this one?
Ooh.
That's
Good roll.
decent.
Do you want to modify that?
Nice.
No, I won't waste it on something just because I'm intrigued.
Yeah, that's not a waste. That's important. This is the whole campaign. You serve this guy.
No, I know you love lore dumps, Scott. I'm not giving you a.
I need a laxative. Roll me that laxative. Should we call them laxative dice? No.
He's like, Jake, get in here. Jake, get in here. I need an enema.
I think Tesh is the one that's mastered it now. So anyways, you
Fucking
so, all right. Anyways, is that a create water suppository? No. So moving on. He'll actually sit back in his chair as you ask the question, and he'll say, "Advice from someone who's served for as long as I have, to someone as new as you. Opportunities very rarely presents themselves. Weigh the value of the risk to the value of the reward, and seize that moment. It's very possible you will never get that opportunity again. Serving a prince directly is something very few people who have ever lived in all of Paradel have had the opportunity to do. Here you are, reporting directly to the prince with me as his mouthpiece."
Tris would like ponder it for a moment, then nod and salute.
Well, I was gonna continue on. So you ponder for a moment, then nod. So before you salute, he says, once you've climbed that high, there are 3 things that can happen. You plateau till you die, you decline into oblivion, or you make history. What will be your path in this world, Tristan? And then he'll leave it at that.
Oh, it's asking the big questions.
Oh boy.
Tris would salute. He gave him an answer.
Okay. And as you turn
his
to walk
leave.
away, it's like you get your handle on the door. He would finish up with saying, "And if I expected you to be a spy, I would ask you to report to me directly about the interactions that you and your companions have with Lieutenant Commander Vensana. But considering I have not asked that of you, do not assume that of yourself."
Yes, sir.
What did
Happy
you just
being
say?
a soldier.
I imagine you leave.
Yeah. He gets out there quick.
I'm mental blanking. Who's
Lieutenant Commander
and-
Vensana? Somebody he was not asked to report on.
Interesting. Very.
All right. And with that, it is 10 past 11.
Before we stop, so we can work out shopping before next session. What is the change to our commissary?
Oh, yeah, that's actually very important.
That is because we can do a week shopping.
We can do
and then
this
come back.
off screen.
Yeah. No, that's actually very important. Give
Wait,
me...
next session's a shopping session? Boo? No, it's like, bye. Not you.
I will probably message you during the week for ideas.
No, that's
Scott,
what you
just
should
so
do.
You know.
I'm just gonna buy the most OP items, regardless of rarity, and then I won't say anything. And then when it comes up, and Scott's like, "Wait, what are you doing?" I'll be like, "Well, I've got this, obviously. Come on."
I think the only upgrade to AC I can get in terms of like
Celestial armor.
is celestial armor. So I don't think I'm upgrading my AC anytime soon. Unless, except by like stuff like ring of protection and that, obviously. But so my armor is probably staying for a while.
I only
Here we
just
go.
got my masterwork plate, so
Because the commissary is a shared thing, it's not an individual thing. There was 12,000 put into it.
12,000. Okay.
do you guys want to split that evenly? But
And-
I
and
I
again, that
personally
is-
might not spend all of it. So if you guys need more for stuff, say.
Yeah, I'd say
just split it for now because we
I'd say
already have
split
some
it for
from the
now,
end
and
of
then
the
we
last
can
job.
organize it.
And to be
So
clear, that is a
4,000
lot.
each.
That's a lot of money, especially
It
considering
is.
it's
Yeah.
used discounted. So it's one of those things
so
where when
that's-
you guys realize that the next day, you're like, Oh, so it's not a suicide
6?
mission, but it's a suicide mission. Okay.
Yeah. So we each have over 6,000 gold to spend in the commissary.
Hog.
Yeah, Pog. Yeah, Viggo has 660. You have 600 rather. You have 300, and I just have 6,010 gold.
Okay. Well, we don't. We gotta get out of here because this is cutting into shower time for me. So it's 11:11 on the East Coast. Make a wish everywhere. Otherwise, hopefully you like your new commander. So
Yeah, I quite enjoyed Zephyr from the beginning. That's why you didn't make him a total penis, because you were like, I'm going to bring him out.
Yeah.
You're like, I'll make him different from my usual NPCs. I
I
not
like
a total
that
cock.
we have like dealing with him being not adversarial, but like on the other side of things, so he knows that we have skill. Like he knows the sort of stuff we can do.
Yep.
Which is cool.
Because you've actually had a couple of interactions under him before. So, all right, cool. There's nobody to raid right now, so I'm just going to hit the away screen, and we're going to bounce out of here. Everybody, thank you so much for coming by and helping out. I appreciate it. And
oh my God, Jake, was that like an uwu igu like Japanese girl? You were just like,
feel free to message inside of
3 in the morning, Neil.
Message inside the Discord. For any ideas that chat might have for you for things that might be available under the comments.
If chat has ideas, because chat actually had a great idea for my last feed. If you think there are items that are good for me,
yeah,
got 6,600
as I said,
coin.
around
I'll let you boys go.
6,000 gold.
Bye.
Bye.